A little girl with pink hair and huge ocean blue eyes looks into the distance in amazement. After all, a certain voice told her that she would become an empress. The protagonist reflects with bitter irony. She was an innocent 10-year-old girl then. But if someone had looked into her future and told her about it, they would have been cruelly executed for blasphemy against the ruling family. It was promised that the main character would save the world, that she was the last hope of humanity. But in the end, the cities were still engulfed in flames of fires. Someone else predicted that the girl was destined to become a great warrior, worthy of a knightly title. But the princess was ready to cry from all these pathetic prophecies. Someone else would have given a limb without hesitation, just to feel like the chosen one, on whom the whole world rests. But not a girl fed up with her own position in the noble circle. As a child, of course, she did not really understand the passions that were boiling around her person. The girl was quite surprised by the fact that she was adopted by people from the highest circles of society. The protagonist thought with even greater bitterness and melancholy that if she could go back in time to talk to herself, she would give her past version one single piece of advice: survive. Because of the tragedies she experienced in the future, the main character was ready to do anything to stay alive, even if it meant remaining alone for the rest of her days, haunted by nightmares with blood on her hands. The princess shed a single tear, standing alone in the middle of the ruins, littered with corpses, and only in her head the thought continued to sound like a mantra. Survive at any cost. The girl was an orphan as a child, and like many disadvantaged children, she dreamed more than anything else in the world of finding relatives, so much so that she regularly prayed to higher powers for this. Alas, it was as if someone had an evil eye on the protagonist. During her 9 years of life in an orphanage, no one paid attention to this fragile little girl with pink hair. The director, a bald mustachioed puny man, said on this occasion that the current generation is cruel to its offspring, and that the girl should be happy that she can live in an orphanage. From such words, the orphan's eyes filled with tears of resentment. But now, from the heights of her years, she could not help but admit that the director was telling the pure truth. She was unlucky to be born in a very harsh and cruel time. Bloody battles and relentless famine raged throughout the country. There were so many dead that they were not properly buried. But no matter how difficult the girl's situation was, she refused to give up and stubbornly continued to dream of a home where she would be welcomed with open arms, as if she were her own. This is all she needed to be happy. Not luxurious mansions, not numerous servants, and a high position, just people who would love her. And one day, the protagonist's fate took a sharp turn. One morning, another resident of the orphanage approached her and said that she was being called to the director's office. The main character was quite surprised by this. Apparently, the head of the orphanage was not particularly fond of his charges and did not try to meet with them longer than necessary. However, the girl did not hesitate to show up, and while she was running to the right campus, the thought was thundering in her head. Could it really be that they had finally decided to adopt her? But the scene that opened up was very far from what was expected. The owner of the shelter cowered in horror on the floor, while an unknown blonde man in noble clothes poked him with a sword. Oddly enough, the protagonist was not particularly surprised by this. She was much more excited by the fact that a real aristocrat had shown up at their modest shelter. Obviously, this blonde man was going to take in an adopted child. But why would someone with blue blood in his veins take rootless rabble into his clan? The armed guest quickly noticed the presence of the little heroine, and he was in no hurry to drive her away like a stray dog, as one might expect from a cruel-hearted lord. In fact, the unknown aristocrat even expected the protagonist to appear, and he placed a small cage in front of her, inside of which was a ghostly bird. This was not an undead being raised from an innocent little animal, but a water spirit, and the man was wondering if the girl could hear the voice of this mystical creature, using this ability as a very important test. Due to her young age and excitement, the future princess did not fully understand what was required of her. all her thoughts were occupied by a very beautiful and unusual bird with which it would be great to play, or at least just pet. But what is characteristic is that she was absolutely not surprised by what she saw, as if she had to observe various spirits and other supernatural phenomena every day, as if it was the same as a change in the weather. In fact, this is how it was. The heroine, for as long as she could remember, could hear the voices of the spirits of the earth and air, and she also clearly recognized the phrases of this water bird. The spirit in the cage said that he had heard a lot about the protagonist, after which she finally turned her gaze to the aristocrat and confirmed, yes, she hears the voice of the water spirit. Suddenly, the blonde burst into tears, unable to contain the feelings that overwhelmed him. His comrades had been searching for the chosen child for several centuries, and he had turned up in some orphanage. After this, the man cast a withering glance at the director of the orphanage, and the latter, realizing that they were literally ready to skin him alive, began to wail as if he thought the girl was lying. But this pathetic excuse only enraged the swordsman even more. He pounced on the bald man, shouting how dare he. After all, this was an order from the imperial family itself, and for its violation, it was not difficult to imagine the coming punishment. The poor fellow's throat was so constricted by horror that he was unable to utter a word. The director was already mentally preparing himself for the fact that at best they would put shackles on his hands and throw him into prison, and at worst they would immediately pierce his throat or head with a blade. Watching the terribly unfamiliar uncle shout and threaten the head of the orphanage, the girl almost burst into tears, although the water spirit hastened to assure her that no harm would come to her. Having cooled down a bit, the nobleman cast a pitiful glance at the protagonist and said that she should not live in such a place. And at first, he almost called her a child, but then he stopped himself, as if it was an extremely disrespectful and rude address. If there had been an adult in her place, the main character could have tried to understand what was happening. But for now, she only realized with surprise that the nobility was somehow kind to her. The blonde aristocrat hastened to apologize for his rudeness and finally confessed that he was Count Daruan, a loyal supporter of the imperial Hasfeld family. Then the high-born man asked what his little interlocutor's name was, and the pink-haired girl innocently replied that her name was Adele. The count's gaze became even warmer and even gentler, as if he were talking to his own child. He said in a friendly manner that Adele is a beautiful name. In addition, Daruan hastened to assure the protagonist that she would soon receive a surname, and the girl literally lit up with delight, realizing that she would soon have a family, that her strongest and most cherished dream was about to become a reality. Of course, the first thing the main character decided was that the blonde man wanted to become her adoptive father, but the count, looking away, hurried to wait another day with this. The nobleman added that although the local orphanage was undoubtedly a wretched place, he had taken care that the words spoken there did not reach prying ears, guaranteeing the absolute secrecy of his mission, whatever it might be. But the girl didn't pay any attention to this at all. She was in a real ecstasy of joy from the realization that after so many years, her dream was coming true. Looking at this, Daruan couldn't help but smile, as if there was a very small, defenseless, and cute kitten lying in front of him. And he assured that yes, everything was so, and it would not cause any worry. And before leaving, the nobleman reminded that this would happen very quickly. With the onset of the next sunset, Adele would find those whom she could call family. A day passed. The protagonist sat under a blossoming tree and reflected on recent events, in particular, on the fact that after the blonde left, people began to treat her completely differently. The teachers assured the main character that she no longer had to make her own bed and that she didn't have to sell cookies on the street like other children. And the little girl had never seen such generosity from them since she ended up in the orphanage. But the miracles did not end there. A little later, the director, having recovered from the fear he had experienced, seized the moment and asked the pupil to sign some document. Realizing that before him was a very important person, in whose safety the members of the imperial family were vitally interested, he behaved with cloying politeness, which did not escape even the naive little girl. And perhaps the most astonishing thing was that the protagonist was served a delicious meat soup for lunch. The last time she had eaten it was 3 years ago, which might have seemed like an eternity to a child. It all seemed too fantastic to be true, as if Adele had been transported from the cruel and harsh, everyday life into a fantastic fairy tale or an enchanting dream. Suddenly, there was the creaking of cart wheels, the noise of opening doors, and the cawing of frightened crows. And then a red-eyed brunette, with a very proud and arrogant look, appeared in the clearing. It happened in a matter of moments, as if by magic. And the girl was so surprised that she couldn't even say anything. She just stared at the stranger in amazement. For a moment, the adult in rich clothes and the child in a simple dress simply looked at each other as if trying to properly assess the stranger. And then the unknown man briefly asked, "Is this her?" With some embarrassment and awkwardness, the brunette rubbed his head, muttering that he had been told that the main character would have to become his daughter, even though he himself was so young, as if he had recently been a prince. Even the young emperor himself noted the irony of the situation. He, a man who had never had a wife or a fiancée, was having a child even if it was not his own. And then something out of the ordinary happened. The sovereign took out a blade and put it to the head of the frightened girl, asking, "Is this really someone's ridiculous plan to prevent him from finding a wife?" The maid immediately rushed to the sovereign, begging him with gestures not to fool around, but the brunette did not pay any attention to her. He continued to carefully examine the girl, as she did him. Of course, Adele was very scared. Her supposed father was ready to cut her down with a sword, and even mocked her, saying that she looked like she would die from a few scratches. But soon the young aristocrat changes his anger to mercy. Grinning maliciously and flashing his scarlet eyes, he tells the protagonist that he expects a lot from her. The main character says nothing. She just looks at her new parent with timid hope, while another servant reminds the master that in front of him is the child from the prophecy. Here the girl finally gathers up the courage, even if only to ask one timid question. Is this man who is poking her with a blade really her adoptive father? The man confirmed this and finally introduced himself. He is Duke Alcibiades, the head of the aristocratic family of the same name, so the protagonist is now also a duchess, albeit a very small one. Adele was very surprised. She was so isolated from the outside world, in a remote shelter, but even she had heard about this young nobleman, who was even nicknamed the God of War, because he regularly gained the upper hand even in very difficult battles. And as a result, she found it very difficult to believe that this man would be her father, while the Duke himself continued to look at her with a gaze in which one could read contempt and a hint of interest in equal measure. After this, the man replied that of course it was not forever, without specifying what he meant, their newly created relationship or some other as yet unknown things. Adele naturally immediately decides that we are talking about the first option, and the understanding that the Duke needs her only to fulfill some intrigue, after which she will be abandoned, falls like a stone on the poor thing. The girl recalls that most of the adopted orphans returned after just a few months. For some reason their families abandoned them, breaking the children's hearts, and in the orphanage they began to be treated much worse, like trash. Out of excitement and fear, the girl tightly clutched the hem of her dress. It was very scary and offensive to realize that the fulfillment of her most ardent dream would turn into such a nightmare. Meanwhile, the adults paid no attention to the protagonist's condition. Two servants reminded Alcibiades that he should be more respectful to his adopted daughter, otherwise the imperial family would be angry. Then one of the servants notes that it is time to return home, to the estate of the Duke, famous throughout the continent for his incredible victories in battle. The aristocrat himself does not respond, and does not even attempt to scold the servants for their insolence. He only turns around and briefly orders those around him to follow him. Meanwhile, the little girl raised her head with curiosity. The mention of the all-powerful imperial family interested her so much that it even made her forget about her sadness. The blonde servant who reminded Alcibiades to return home furtively assured the protagonist that everything would be fine. Her new father may seem cruel and strange, but in reality, he is a kind man. Then the young man lifted Adele up like a doll and helped her into the carriage, not out of contempt or mockery, but because the journey to the ducal estate was long, and it would be better for the little weak girl to conserve her strength. From the outside, it might seem that the main character had calmed down and was simply looking around with curiosity, but in fact, she had not forgotten her fears of a possible return to the shelter. For her, it was the worst nightmare of all possible. Besides, everything happened so quickly that the girl didn't even have time to say goodbye to her friend Madeline, and she immediately imagined how many rumors were spreading around the orphanage. The main character felt sincere remorse for this. The aforementioned girl was her closest friend, and she felt bad saying goodbye to her without even saying a word before leaving. In the end, Adele tried to calm her conscience with the thought that if the Duke eventually sent her back, she would definitely ask her friend for forgiveness for her disappearance. In a sense, this would even brighten the bitterness of unfulfilled hopes. At some point, the little Duchess took a nap, and when she opened her eyes before her was already the good-natured face of a fire spirit in the form of a small lizard. For the first few seconds, the protagonist said nothing because her mind had not fully realized itself. But when it did, she grinned back and said, "Hello." But then the girl began to wonder about very important questions. Where was she at all? Because the space around her with expensive furniture was clearly not a shelter. And then the main character remembered that she had recently been adopted. Accordingly, she was now riding in a carriage in the direction of her new home. Continuing to smile, as much as the reptile's face allowed, the fire spirit advised the protagonist not to be afraid, clearly seeing the anxiety in her soul. Adele was delighted with the new company and immediately began to play with the fiery entity. She did not remember the first time she spoke with the spirits, but since then, they were her friends. A short nap and fooling around with a fire lizard helped the heroine pass the time on the trip. She herself did not notice when the carriage stopped, having arrived at its destination. The carriage door, made of expensive dark wood and decorated with gilded metal, slowly opened, letting in a blinding light. The girl, who had just recently been sleeping soundly, squinted and rubbed her teary eyes, trying to get used to the light, and the servant's voice announced to the young lady that they had arrived. To call this building an estate would be a great understatement. What appeared before Adele was a real and luxurious palace, the towers of which rose many tens of meters into the sky, as if they were desperately trying to reach the clouds. Such a dwelling, worthy not even of a duke, but of an emperor, would have impressed anyone. And the little orphan's eyes literally popped out of her head with delight, because she had only seen such beauty in her own dreams before. The gray walls shone like well-polished metal, and the scarlet roofs and finials resembled military flags. The castle's entire appearance demonstrated that its owner was a great warrior and nobleman, deserving of every respect. But at the sight of such magnificence, the protagonist only looked down sadly, examining her own old and dirty dress. She could not change in the orphanage, and before she had time to really think about how unworthy she was of living surrounded by such luxury, one of the servants kindly extended his hands to help the young Duchess jump to the ground. It was impossible to allow her to accidentally hurt herself or break something. As it turned out, the footman had managed to lay down a literal red carpet leading from the carriage to the entrance to the palace. It was on this that the main character was supposed to walk like a princess who found herself at a luxurious dinner party. As soon as she crossed the threshold, she saw numerous maids and a man in a butler's uniform, respectfully bowing their heads and greeting the new mistress. Adele's eyes widened, almost crying from the emotions that overwhelmed her. Such respect and fabulous wealth were weighing too heavily on the poor girl's mind. In the house of Duke Alcibiades, even the servants looked beautiful and well-trained, like living sculptures of a magnificent master. The maids, shining like stars, asked if they needed to fulfill some request of the protagonist. The unfortunate heroine was completely disheartened. She was too sensitive to her orphanage origins, and she was simply afraid to communicate with such beauties as the ones who would carry out her orders. Unable to bear it, the heroine grabbed tightly onto the leg of the man accompanying her like children, hiding behind their parents, and quietly whispered that there were too many people, implying that she was afraid to even communicate with them, let alone give orders. The blonde young man did not get angry, on the contrary. Calmly looking at the pink-haired girl, he explained that she would still have a lot of time to get to know the locals, so one day such a phobia would disappear on its own. The castle, which even from the outside made an indelible impression, literally screamed with luxury inside. There was gilding and marble everywhere, scarlet tapestries, and even a whole fountain, which is why a pleasant aroma of freshness always reigned in the air. Adele thought that Madeline would have loved such a picture. And then she felt sad, remembering her old friend, who remained somewhere out there in a poor remote shelter, while she herself enjoyed her newfound status. Perhaps the protagonist would not have been able to withstand such an emotional overload, and would have simply burst into tears. But she did not have time, because a new voice greeted her. It turned out to be two women in maid uniforms, a young girl with red-haired hair, and a lady who had come close to the line, after which people become old. The older woman introduced herself as Noel. She was the head of all the palace maids in the palace, and would now serve the girl with the same devotion as she had served her adoptive father. The red-haired girl was Serena, who had been appointed to the position of the young duchess's personal servant, the one who would help Adele dress, take a bath, and perform other duties that it was not appropriate for a noble lady to perform on her own. The main character tried to show reciprocity by bowing and introducing herself, but in the end, she stopped mid-sentence. Apart from her name, she could not say anything else about herself. Naturally, it didn't escape the notice of those around her that the protagonist looked like a real slob, so Noel immediately ordered Serena to bathe the child. In addition, the fair-haired young man warned Adele that he had to leave her and return to his other duties, which caused fear in the former orphan. She had become attached to this good-natured guy. However, the heroine understood perfectly well that begging the servant not to abandon her was stupid and useless, so she humbly said goodbye, randomly calling the escort a knight. Before leaving, the man said his name, Mikkel, and the young man noted with embarrassment that something would have to be done about the little girl's excessive politeness. Even for a future aristocrat, the girl was too soft in communication, implying that one day this could play a cruel joke on her. The rest of the servants were supposed to be introduced tomorrow, but the protagonist did not hear this. She fell into terrible shock, as if a hellish abyss had opened up before her. As it turned out, she was familiar with Mikhail's name. The former orphan had heard it several times when she sold food on the street at the director's direction. And the town gossips had nicknamed this cute blonde Mad Dog, implying that this guy was much more formidable than one might think. Before the young knight had time to leave, the little girl decided to ask him something, and she made such huge and pleading eyes that even a hardened murderer who was used to eating kittens for breakfast would not have been able to resist. She was interested in very logical questions. Adele wanted to know what kind of prophecy those around her were constantly talking about with bated breath, how she was connected to it, and why the all-powerful proud feudal lords were ready to give their lives to protect it. And besides, the girl had not forgotten the Duke's words about how this would only last a few months, and she wanted to find out for sure whether she would be abandoned in the near future or whether this was just paranoia. Mikkel measured his interlocutor with a very attentive and thoughtful look, as if he was considering whether it was worth revealing important secrets to her now. And only after that the protagonist noticed that his eyes were purple, like amethysts. The main character could not cope with the emotion. The eyes of the young knight were incredibly beautiful, like two tiny stars, and even the most callous girl, accustomed to easily breaking the hearts of others, would not be able to resist them. The young man eventually very cleverly avoided answering these important questions by simply stating that small children should go to bed early and that all the answers would come tomorrow. The young duchess had nothing to say in response to this truly impenetrable argument, so she decided to simply agree and try her luck in the future. After all, she still had plenty of time for future attempts. The servants, having given their new mistress sufficient attention and respect, began to disperse back to their business, quietly talking among themselves, and Adele looked after them with sadness. But a second later, Serena made herself known. The red-haired maid, politely but firmly, asked the young lady to follow her into the bathroom, because aristocrats must wash regularly, unlike commoners and orphans. The main event of the day for the castle servants ended very quickly and was gradually forgotten. The Duke's palace returned to its usual quiet life, as if the timid girl with pink hair, named the predestined child, had never crossed its threshold. A little later, already sitting in the bathroom, the main character blissfully thought that what was happening now was too luxurious even for the wildest dream. Her fantasy would definitely not be able to generate such amazing sensations. Just recently, Adele could not even dream of relaxing while someone washes her hair. Orphans cleaned themselves in nearby rivers or even in the rain. But now everything is different. The body is washed by clean and warm water in which fragrant petals floated, while experienced and caring hands tidy up the pink hair. The bathroom, like all the other rooms, was huge and luxurious, with expensive furniture, gilding, and bronze. The heroine, looking at this, decides that it is even larger than the old orphanage bedroom. Eventually, the water procedures ended. Serena carefully dried the skin and hair of the young duchess, and then helped her put on a beautiful pink dress. In this dress, decorated with scarlet ribbons and a white rosebud, Adele looked not so much like a person as a beautiful doll, and she wondered for a moment, were all these riches really hers now? With all this fuss going on, no one noticed how midday gradually gave way to sunset. The once blue sky turned crimson and orange, as if a huge fire was raging somewhere in the distance. And a couple of hours later, night fell. Dark gray clouds slowly marched across the black skies, and a huge yellow full moon illuminated the earth below. The protagonist stood in her nightgown in front of a large bed and tensely clenched her fists, unable to take a step forward for some reason. As if an invisible to those around her but completely impenetrable barrier had been placed in front of her. As it turned out, even after everything she had experienced, Adele continued to be afraid. The girl clearly felt the luxury that reigned around her as something alien, not intended for her, and therefore was afraid to take advantage of it. Then the spirit appeared before the main character again, this time created from thin air and looking like a tiny girl in a weightless dress, and asked her not to cry. The recent orphan lowered her face awkwardly, lying that she wasn't going to cry at all, but the ghostly fairy noted with doubt that she looked like she was about to start. The first tears appeared on Adele's face, and she, trying with all her might to keep her voice even, warned that she would definitely cry if they didn't leave her alone. In response, the air spirit only somersaulted in the air and asked her friend to calm down. And the main character really tried to put her emotions in order. Placing her hand on her chest, the protagonist finally admitted that this was what was tearing at her heart. She missed Madeline, her best friend from the orphanage, madly. In addition, although she did not admit it out loud, the girl was terrified of waking up one day and hearing from the Duke that she was no longer needed, and it was time to return her to the orphanage. The realization that she had lost the person closest to her forever, and that the fulfillment of her cherished dream could turn into a sophisticated mockery, brought Adele to tears. Wanting to somehow console her friend, the air fairy tried to assure her that Madeline would be truly happy when she learned that the heroine had finally found a home. She was a friend and couldn't react any differently. But in response, The girl muttered that she was ashamed, referring to her adoption by an all-powerful feudal lord, while the other children remained somewhere out there unwanted by anyone. The air spirit calmly explained that there was no need to be ashamed of the good things that were happening in your life. After all, there was nothing wrong with reasonable selfishness. The protagonist cast a glance at the tiny fairy with her blue eyes. A whole storm of emotions could be read in them, from mistrust to a timid hope for a happy ending for her fairy tale. In the end, the girl couldn't stand it any longer and resolutely headed outside. In any case, she wouldn't be able to fall asleep until she found Mikhail and got answers from him. Whether she would be abandoned or not was what Adele wanted to know most of all now. It was vital for her to make sure whether her happiness was temporary. The main character had already reached the door, grabbed the handle and opened it slightly, letting a strip of light into the dark room. But she was stopped by harsh words coming from outside. Adele froze, as if turned into a pillar of salt. She recognized that voice and could not move even a finger while she listened to the meaning of what was said. It was two maids, talking. One of them with fiery red hair was saying contemptuously that now Duke Alcibiades would never be able to marry, because no one would want to take on the responsibility of a 10-year-old child. The protagonist continued to listen to this as if spellbound. Her eyes widened, and somewhere in the depths of her consciousness came the understanding. The author of these contemptuous speeches was Serena. And besides, the girl quickly realized that they were talking about her. She was not a complete idiot after all, so she easily put two and two together. Meanwhile, the red-haired maid continued to rage, cursing the imperial family with all her might. They, she said, had treated Alcibiades too cruelly. Serena was especially outraged by the fact that the rulers did not even look at the age of their master. He was only 25, very young, but was already forced to take care of a 9-year-old street girl. Finally, you can't avoid gossip. People will giggle vilely and whisper that look, a formidable inspiring the Duke, nicknamed the God of the War, is no more than a dog on the runs of the government. Adele immediately pricked up her ears, because the adults had already mentioned many times that the emperors had some interest in her, and the other maid, meanwhile, tried to calm her companion down to convince her not to blab. In response, Serena only snorted and mockingly asked her colleague, what, showing how little the sacredness of all these intrigues meant to her. But then the troublemaker admitted that yes, she too had changed, since a certain inhabitant of the palace, about whom they were not going to talk in detail, now had disappeared. In the end, the air fairy couldn't take it anymore. Like a draft, she forced the doors to close, and then turned to the protagonist with a sad look, and noted that such things should not be listened to. The girl, however, was deep in thought. The news that the country's rulers were vitally interested in her fate for a moment made the heroine even forget about her past fears. However, Serena's rude words really hurt the former orphan, and now she was wondering what to do about it. The smart thing to do would be to pretend that nothing had happened, but how to do that? And besides, the little girl couldn't help but think that because of her, the Duke's life could go downhill, if those around him weren't exaggerating in this regard. The spirit of the air asked again what this meant. Even to him, a creature cut off from people and their way of life, this conclusion seemed somehow strange. Almost crying, Adele reminded that since Alcibiades had taken a child from an orphanage, he would not be able to marry. Even girls who were very greedy for money and status would not want to take care of someone else's child. The fairy hastened to assure that this was not so, but the flow of self-deprecating thoughts of the protagonist could no longer be stopped. The realization that she could ruin the Duke's life hit her like a stone. In addition, the main character dreamed of a complete family. Not only a father, but also a mother who would love her, as if she were her own daughter. But it turns out that she will only have one adoptive parent left. But even if an aristocrat is found who will turn a blind eye to Alcibiades' difficult family situation, it is not a fact that she will develop warm feelings for the girl. And this is what the orphan dreamed of more than anything else in the world. Unable to bear it any longer, she began to quietly cry again over her difficult fate, and the airy creature tried to calm her friend, assuring her that everyone would definitely love her. Unfortunately, elemental spirits could only take on a visible form for a certain period of time, so the fairy disappeared after that, and Adele tried to calm down on her own, reminding herself, "Good children don't cry." Later morning came. The sky was again painted in blue tones, and the sun gently played on the glass of the palace, making it seem like a fairy tale elven castle. As before, in the carriage, the protagonist woke up with great difficulty. Only when a strip of light penetrated the room and touched her face, the little girl opened her sleepy eyes. Her personal maid was already in the room. Serena greeted the young lady with a respectful smile, masterfully hiding what she really thought of her. The main character greeted her awkwardly. She may have been little, but she was by no means stupid, and she remembered very well how the maid scolded her, thinking that no one else could hear. Still smiling politely, the red-haired girl said that Duke Alcibiades would be returning home soon, so they all had to prepare properly for the meeting. While they were combing her hair, untangling it after sleep, and putting her in a bright, expensive dress, Adele was worried. This was her first meeting with her adoptive father after adoption. Eventually, the protagonist glanced sideways at Serena and blushed. She was about to ask a question, but couldn't muster up enough courage to do so. But still, the little duchess collected her thoughts and asked the maid directly what she would need to do when the god of war finally arrived at the gate. The girl answered laconically that nothing, despite her status. The main character did not yet have any rights, so nothing special was expected of her. Soon they finished and went out through the front door onto the street. Other household members had already gathered there, and the trees were blooming very beautifully, delighting the eye with pink petals. It was a tradition at the estate that every time Alcibiades returned from a business trip, the footmen and maids would come out to greet him with bows. The clatter of numerous hooves was heard. A group of 10 horsemen, led by a red-eyed brunette, familiar to readers, was approaching the gate. The Duke had always maintained an emotionless brick-like face, expressing nothing but a mild disdain for the world around him. But this time the atmosphere around him was especially cold. But then the man noticed something and seemed to thaw a little. Alcibiades moaned questioningly and then carefully climbed off the thoroughbred war stallion. The girl looked at her adoptive parent with timid hope, and he gave her his signature look, in which it was almost impossible to read any emotions. The atmosphere became tense again, as if on the eve of a scandal, and then the protagonist, with gradually increasing horror, noted that the Duke clearly smelled of blood. The maids either didn't notice this or tried to smooth it over, somehow pretending that everything was fine. As befits good maids, they greeted the master pleasantly. But Alcibiades paid no more attention to this than he did to the barely discernible chirping of birds somewhere on the edge of the thicket. He only demanded that they bring him a towel. Faithful Mikhail immediately carried out his master's order, completely ignoring the fact that the brunette was casting the same disdainful, indifferent glances at him as he did at those around him. The protagonist watched this with her mouth open. She didn't expect her adoptive father to behave like this and had no idea what to do. As it turned out, she was not alone in this. The brunette also had no idea what to say or do with his new daughter, and even complained about it out loud. One of the knights, looking bored, as if explaining to a child why the sky is blue and water is wet, reminded him that Alcibiades must treat Adele well. The aristocrat coughed awkwardly, looked straight at the girl, and asked if she wanted to fight him, and the main character swallowed in horror, as if they were about to chop off her head. The servant who gave the advice was so astonished by such behavior that he directly asked the master if he had gone crazy to challenge a small child to a duel. In response, the Duke gave him a withering look from his scarlet eyes and warned the knight to watch his tongue He was not one to tolerate insolence. Besides, Alcibiades sincerely did not understand why a duel was a bad pastime. Many warriors sincerely went out of their way just to get the legendary god of war to agree to meet them on the court. Realizing that the nobleman was thinking very narrowly and directly, like many warriors, the servant wearily explained that it was impossible to fight with the young lady because she was too weak. But even this was not a sufficient explanation for the main character. Instead, he wanted to find out exactly how much weaker the little girl was than him. After a short pause, the red-eyed Duke dropped to one knee, and now his eyes were almost level with the sapphire eyes of his adopted daughter. There was a change in the air, as if that awkward conversation about fighting had never happened. Instead, Alcibiades asked Adele sympathetically if she had slept well. Even the protagonist noticed the change, mentally noting that her adoptive parents' voice sounded kinder, but out loud, she only admitted that she hadn't been able to rest at night. Then the feudal lord asked why, and from the outside, it looked strange because he made no attempt at all to change his expression, looking as cold as usual. Here the same Mikkel came to the rescue. Casting a sympathetic glance at the main character, he suggested that she, a pupil of an orphanage, was not yet accustomed to the castle and its luxury. Only after this did the main character notice her adoptive father's face. It was adorned with a small wound, which was the source of the smell of blood. Perhaps if there had been some cynical warrior in her place, he would have only shrugged his shoulders, but the protagonist was sincerely worried. Even such a trivial injury looked terrible in her eyes. Alcibiades let out a surprised as if a horse had just spoken in front of him, and the pink-haired girl caught herself. She had almost forgotten something. The little girl inhaled as much air as her lung capacity allowed, put her fingers to her face to direct the flow, and her breath changed something in the atmosphere. Serena put her fingers to her face in shock, and Mikkel opened his mouth in shock, staring with all his eyes at what was happening. The girl's breath was healing. Just a few seconds later, the Duke is holding the wounded area with his hand in amazement, as if it had miraculously healed in a matter of moments, without leaving even a scar. In fact, it wasn't a unique ability. Adele simply remembered the way a girl from the orphanage had treated her own injuries. To do this, the little girl always repeated one short song. Sister will think the pain will pass, and all the discomfort immediately evaporated as if by magic. Moreover, this poem removed not only pain, but also sadness. After it, the protagonist always began to laugh and smile, which could not be said about the Duke. The man, looking very discouraged, held his cheek, and even asked if he had really been healed, to which the main character desperately nodded her head. Of course, there was no miraculous healing in reality. The wound remained as it was, but Alcibiades pretended that the method worked and thanked his adopted daughter. With huge, endearing eyes and blushing with embarrassment, Adele asked the aristocrat if he had any other injuries that she could take care of. The young commander had hardly changed in appearance, but in reality he felt terribly awkward. However, he managed to assure the little girl that he was now completely fine. The girl asked meticulously if this was true, to which the Duke wearily noted that yes, he wanted to quickly return to business and visit an adult doctor. Unfortunately, the protagonist was very attentive in this regard. She noticed that the hand with which Alcibiades hid the wound was still bloody. Adele did not hesitate to point out this circumstance, but the brunette, looking closely at his daughter, assured her that everything was fine. She no longer felt any pain. The knights watched this scene quietly, choking with laughter. They were incredibly amused to watch how the usually formidable and impenetrable leader played along with the little girl. But the maids did not share such emotions. For some reason, the women were horrified, as if the protagonist, without knowing it, had committed a monstrous sacrilege. But if anything remained unchanged, it was that the focused aristocrat paid no more attention to those around him than he did to flies. Now he was interested in how old his adopted daughter was. First, Adele gave her age 9 years old, and then, at the Duke's request, she also mentioned her name. he had not deigned to know it at their first meeting. In turn, the girl asked what the name of her new father was, who had also been in no hurry to introduce himself until that moment. And it turned out that the god of war was called Eisen. This simple exchange of information, albeit a little, broke the ice between the two people. Alcibiades looked at the girl without his usual coldness, and she stopped being afraid of him. The brunette even went so far as to make a simple joke. He noted that the protagonist was very small for her age, and that she would be more suited to being 5 years old. Someone around obsequiously agreed that yes, that was the case, and the maids reflexively flinched. They had been watching the unfolding scene with all their eyes. But at this point, Aizen considered it necessary to end the acquaintance. He noted that he was tired and needed rest, and slowly headed toward the entrance to the castle under the boughs of the servants. The main character looked after her new father for some time, until she finally came to her senses and gasped, as if an important thought had suddenly come to mind. As it turned out, she was thinking of the knights who serve Alcibiades' men and boys, wearing black and white military uniforms and riding bravely on horses. Unfortunately, they left as soon as their master went home, and the former orphan, carried away by conversation with Eisen, did not even have time to ask his confidants a question. She still really wanted to know if the cold feudal lord was planning to get rid of her after some time. But the conversation with Serena, overheard at night, ruined everything. Remembering the mention of the mysterious stranger who left the estate, and the bitterness with which the red-haired maid spoke of her, the protagonist comes to the conclusion that her personal servant wanted to marry the Duke. But the appearance of a child from the orphanage confused all the cards. This conclusion was confirmed by numerous conversations about how Alcibiades lost the opportunity to ever marry by taking under his guardianship a little girl, and an orphan at that. A more selfish person would have ignored this, or on the contrary would have started to keep a close eye on Serena in order to get rid of her one day. But Adele sincerely sympathized with the woman and understood her anger. As the old saying goes, speak of the devil, and here he comes. The red-haired maid quickly found the young mistress and announced that it was time for breakfast. The protagonist had no desire or strength to argue, so she meekly answered, "Okay," and then followed the woman toward the kitchen. An outsider would not have noticed anything seditious, but the heroine mentally once again tested the version that Serena dreamed of marrying Eisen, and then thought, "I'm not here for long," as if trying to tell the girl that soon he would not be bothering her with his presence. It was awkward and unpleasant to think about such a thing, even for such a sincere person as Adele, so she finally lowered her eyes, blushing desperately. The breakfast that was served to the protagonist was worthy of a king if not an emperor. Luxurious silver trays and plates, pieces of meat dripping with juice and fresh greens. Looking at such luxury, the little girl was simply confused. She had spent her whole life in an orphanage where empty porridge would have passed for a tolerable diet. And then this, an elderly servant in a black tailcoat, kindly explained that he had served the young lady a fillet steak, and that he had also taken the liberty of adding some pineapple as a sample. Someone else might have immediately appreciated the merits of the dish, but for the main character, it all sounded like some kind of magical gibberish that sorcerers utter in fairy tales. At this point, Serena came to the rescue. Bowing respectfully, she explained to the little duchess that she was being offered regular beef for breakfast. The protagonist turned her thoughtful gaze to her food. It looked very appetizing and juicy, literally screaming with its whole appearance, "Come on, eat me already." True, there was one problem. Adele remembered that among aristocrats, it was customary to eat according to some particularly strict rules. She had even seen such a picture in a book. In the end, the little girl finally decided to start. Somehow taking the gilded fork and knife in her hands, she cut a piece of beef, picked it up, and put it in her mouth. It was comparable to a firework of feelings, a real storm of previously unfamiliar tastes. The protagonist opened her eyes in amazement, unable to fully believe how delicious it was. The main character even turned pink as if she had been given an exquisite compliment, and then noticed that the servants were looking at her attentively, and they, including Serena themselves, blushed with affection. But soon after this, the former orphan put the meat aside, and the old servant even became worried. Like, is this really all the young duchess's breakfast is over? Trying not to look at those around her, out of shyness, the girl admitted that she was full. Although it would be difficult to say how much of this was truth and how much was embarrassment. Still feeling frustrated, the servant replied that Adele had only eaten 5 pieces, which would be very little, even for a girl of her age and build. Another footman, a younger one, was not even excited, but truly horrified. He began to lament that the main character was obliged to keep to a balanced diet otherwise. The guy didn't have time to tell what the consequences would be. His colleague unceremoniously shut him up and grabbed his hands because it was an incredibly important secret. The protagonist looked at this with incomprehension. She understood absolutely nothing of what had just happened and only innocently blinked her eyelashes. Serena decided not to insist on continuing the old meal, so instead, she offered Adele a new dish, stuffed green peppers. True, if the child immediately started salivating at the sight of beef, then the vegetables seemed to her like a piece of brown skin. She absolutely did not want to eat something like that. Unfortunately, the maid was absolutely ruthless in this regard. She insisted that the girl eat the vegetation because it is important for the healthy development of the body. Under this stern gaze, the poor girl had no choice but to force herself to chew the vegetable and meat, mentally cursing its unpleasant taste. To cheer up the young lady, the old servant smiled and remarked that it was very nice to see her eating so well, as if he were talking about his own granddaughter. The protagonist wondered in her mind if it was a compliment, but just in case she replied that Mr. Chef had a very beautiful hairstyle, simply wonderful. This was her principle. If you are complimented, say something nice in response. It is not difficult for you, and the other person will feel warm in his soul, like an old servant sincerely pleased with the praise. And not only him, all the other servants present, even Serena, who had admitted last night that she despised the orphan, looked at the heroine with incredible affection. Adele liked this. The feeling of warmth from those around her inspired her, and she resolutely continued to eat pepper, wanting to definitely grow up healthy and please her new household members. Some time passed. The action moved to an office, reminiscent of a typical school classroom. A certain man putting books on the table greets the lady claiming that he has heard about her. It turned out to be a young man with carrot red hair and golden amber eyes. His name was Ehin, and this month he would teach the protagonist various wisdoms. Even though the teacher wasn't much older than her, Adele was still very embarrassed, so she just nodded timidly and greeted him. Serena, who stood at the right hand of the young lady, politely explained that Ehin, despite his age, was one of the best students at the Imperial Academy. Year after year, he received the highest marks. This name might not mean anything to a random peasant who spends his whole life in the fields, but the main character quickly remembered where she heard it. In her mind, the girl was transported back sometime to the past, when she was still an ordinary child from an orphanage, and could not even imagine that one day she would end up in a palace. It was there, from some girl with dark hair and eyes, that Adele heard about the Imperial Academy, where not just anyone was studying, but the crown prince himself. The young brunette admitted that she herself dreams of visiting this place. In her dreams, it appeared as a majestic castle made of gray stone, as strong as steel. Meanwhile, Ehin admitted that he came to Alcibiades' domain as soon as he heard about the famous chosen child, especially since this was the first time Eisen asked him for something. After this, the red-haired young man finally decided to move on to the topic of the classes. The newly minted duchess had to answer several questions so that her level of education could be determined. Adele nodded seriously at these words and mentally noted that the young mentor made a good impression on her. In any case, she quickly stopped being afraid. The first question was the most important one. Did the little girl know what this prophecy and chosen child was? and it was something that not only Ihin, but also the protagonist wanted to know the answer to ever since she left the orphanage. However, the girl did not know the answer, so she thoughtfully said that everyone started calling her that after she discovered that she was able to talk to spirits. This answer sincerely pleased the young teacher. While checking something in the documents, he smiled and said that everything was correct. The main character was the promised chosen one. However, Ekin kept asking if Adele knew anything else about this prediction and her role in it, but the young duchess could not say anything more. Then the teacher checked the papers again and then solemnly announced that the protagonist was not only the chosen one, but also the only woman in the ducal house of Alcibiades. As if to emphasize the importance of the young man's words, the focus temporarily shifted to the castle in which Eisen lived. It seemed to have become even more enormous and beautiful than before. The man asked if his young student knew what responsibilities such a title imposed on her, and the girl sheepishly suggested that she should eat well. Ihin, who was scribbling something with a writing pen, froze. He expected various answers, but this one made the young man stare at his ward in bewilderment and ask again. Now Adele explained to the mentor that she was required to eat green peppers regularly, go to bed early every day, and study hard, of course. The young student felt awkward and only muttered that this was a commendable attitude toward studying. Apparently, he was so carried away that he forgot that he was talking to a small child. However, the guy quickly pulled himself together and decided to ask the last but not least question. What does the protagonist know about the imperial family that rules their country? The main character had heard about this clan many times before. It was regularly mentioned by those around her. It had a direct relation to her adoption and gave orders to Aizen. Out loud, the girl only answered that she had heard a rumor from a friend that the crown prince was currently studying at the Imperial Academy, where Ihin came from. The teacher smiled contentedly and admitted that this was very important information. In addition, he once again praised the student, admitting that she had very good friends. It turns out that the black-haired girl, who desperately wanted to get into the most prestigious school in the country, was Madeline. So Adele readily admitted that yes, her best friend was wonderful. The student admitted that he was glad that the main character had a friend whom she treasured so much, not knowing that their paths diverged due to adoption. But after that, it was time to return to school. The man decided that it would be better to teach the little girl in stages and start with the most important things for her future life. He took a large book, opened it to some page, and then showed it to the main character, asking if she saw the last sentence he was pointing to. Adele, looking at the text with all possible seriousness and thoughtfulness, answered that yes, after which Ian asked whether she would be able to read what was written. Unfortunately, the girl could not read, because apparently no one cared about it at the orphanage. She was even ashamed to talk about it to her mentor. The young man, however, was not at all angry. He only asked to repeat the words after him, but warned that for learning, it was very important to learn a certain name. He pointed his finger at a certain date and read, "Born in the Empire in the year 818, after which the protagonist obediently repeated, thinking that the person in question was only 4 years older than her. Then the teacher named the person in question, Kazmaha Shuga Hasfeld. Judging by his surname, he was a member of that very great family of the emperor. The main character, immediately and obediently, repeated the names and surname of the high-born gentleman, not only out loud, but also mentally. They caught her attention. Adele noticed that this man's last name sounded the same as the name of the empire in which they live. And this is only allowed for members of the ruling dynasty. Besides this, the girl simply liked this name. In her opinion, it sounded very beautiful, which she did not hesitate to say out loud, with her eyes shining with delight. Oddly enough, Ihin liked this answer very much, but it soon became clear why Kazmaha Shuga Hesfeld is the very same crown prince who was mentioned several times earlier. Hearing this, the protagonist's mouth dropped open and her eyes widened. Due to her lack of life experience, she couldn't even imagine how small the world could be. The camera showed the silhouette of a white-haired boy in an expensive white outfit, and the mentor explained that the prince was soon destined to ascend the throne. Yes, he was only 12, but rulers had become rulers at a younger age, so this was not a record. Because the girl still had a poor understanding of how the high society of her country worked, she did not realize why the conversation about the prince was so important and simply decided to remember it. At this point, Ahan decided to end and move on to another topic that had been troubling the main character since the very beginning of the story. What is the child of the prophecy, and what makes him so important? The little girl listened to the teacher very attentively because it directly concerned her future existence. And the student, meanwhile, began by saying that the chosen one was an incredibly precious person. Of course not. Everything was as rosy as one would have liked. The young man sadly lowered his gaze and admitted that not everyone treats the prophesied children with respect. In fact, there are plenty of people who openly hate the predicted heroes. And readers are shown the silhouette of such a villain, a gray-haired woman surrounded by thugs in black robes. Adele sadly asked again if anyone really hated her, and it was very painful for the protagonist, who had never done anything bad to anyone, to realize this. The young teacher did not smooth over the rough edges, but very seriously admitted that this is how it is. And this is the main reason why the main character should not be left alone. Yi-hin didn't want to scare the child or make him cry, but he honestly admitted that there were conspirators who would not mind finishing off Adele, so her safety was extremely important. The girl's face turned red, and her lips trembled, but she managed to push her emotions deeper and almost calmly asked why these mysterious people hated her so much. The student explained that despite all its power, the Haysfalt Empire was not the only power on the continent, but rather its chosen one was something like a trump card. The prophetic child has certain qualities that allow him to quickly stop any war, like a living symbol of peace embodied in human form. Of course, many people would like to live only in a period of peace and prosperity, but there were also enough of those for whom bloodshed was an excellent opportunity to make a name or money for themselves. All these schemers, businessmen, or simply bloodthirsty psychopaths, they were ready to do anything to ensure that the struggle between the countries continued as long as possible, which Adele could not understand in principle. The main character grew up in an orphanage, most of whose inhabitants lost their relatives due to fighting, and she herself was no exception. So violence was something unnatural for her. Observing how thoughtful she was, the young man asked the girl directly whether she had finally realized how valuable her status as the chosen one made her. She is not just some lost heir to the throne. She is the person the entire empire has been waiting for centuries, because only she can quickly end the war. This made the heroine realize that just as hundreds of people dream of finishing her off, thousands are ready to kiss the ground she walked on, if only the war would end. To get his point across, Ahan confirmed that the protagonist had to take care of herself, but the girl was so deep in her thoughts that she didn't understand what he was talking about. Although she had learned a lot during this conversation, she still did not understand how she could protect herself from all these mysterious ill-wishers. The student assured that in the future, the main character would learn more about the fatal prophecy, although he had already told her only minimal information. For now, the girl had to devote herself to more important and pressing matters. And besides, the Duke had thought of everything and prepared special guards for his adopted daughter. Naturally, the protagonist immediately asked what kind of bodyguards they were. Perhaps she imagined noble knights in white armor or formidable warriors with terrible weapons. Fortunately, the first option turned out to be closer to the truth. Azen Alcibiades selected several warriors with the title of knight to protect Adele. For most imperialists, the fact that the formidable god of war personally organized bodyguards would have been enough reason to calm down. After all, the protagonist was considered the most powerful person in the country, after the emperor himself. In addition, Ian specified that exactly 5 people would guard the little duchess, and for clarity, he even showed his hand with fingers spread wide. The protagonist will be able to meet her guards after the lesson, but the girl still doubted whether it was worth doing so. Knights are vital for success in war, and she was given as many as 5. However, the main character really hoped that Mikhail would be among these 5 chosen ones. She had managed to become sincerely attached to the blonde with amethyst eyes. However, one important question remained. What did Ekin mean by take care of yourself? Adele still could not understand the meaning of these 2 words. The young man grinned, as if he enjoyed the fact that his ward had asked the most important question. He even admitted that it was indeed more difficult than it sounded. However, it will be enough for the protagonist to hear a few basic rules from him, and then strictly follow them from the current moment on. Firstly, now those around Adele will call her nothing other than Lady, and Ikin immediately asked if the girl knew what such an address meant. The main character thought hard. From her point of view, it was a truly difficult question. But in the end, she assumed that this was the name of the Duke's daughter. The mentor praised her for her intelligence. In this world, Lady was not a generalized address to a noble girl, but a specific title, and one of the most noble. Only the status of the emperor or his relative was higher. Secondly, it was important to remember that aristocrats had the right to address informally those below them on the social ladder, primarily guards and servants. This was not a folly of those in power, as it might seem, but part of the etiquette accepted throughout the country. Its violation will only cause bewilderment and embarrassment. Adele quickly realizes that this was the reason why the maids reacted so strangely when she tried to treat them as equals. Understanding is understanding, but the main character was very clearly aware of something else. It didn't matter how those around her would treat her. In her soul, she would not be able to get used to honors. The teacher suggested that his student practice etiquette and suggested the nearest maid as the object. And Serena, who had been ignored like a piece of furniture, the entire lesson flinched. It was a rather awkward topic for all involved, but there was nothing to be done. The protagonist collected her thoughts, turned to the maid, and tried to start a conversation. Before the heroine could say a few words, she was interrupted by Ahin. The student reminded her that it would be enough for the Duchess to address her subordinate simply by her first name. Overcoming her incredible shyness and stuttering, the girl managed to carry out these instructions, while looking at the maid with such an expression as if she could hit her. However, the worst part ended there. The red-haired girl bowed her head, respectfully, getting ready to listen to the young mistress's order, and she wondered what to do next. As the awkward silence dragged on, the young mentor came to the rescue again. He advised the student to simply say something to her servant. The main character squeezed her yellow dress with her fingers. She could have objected that it was easy to say from the outside, "Overcome your shyness and start a conversation." But alas, she had nowhere to retreat. A few more agonizing moments passed, and then the girl said what was perhaps the most natural thing for her to say. She admitted that she liked Serena. A more cynical and callous person would not have paid any attention to such a compliment, but it moved the maid. She blushed and asked if it was true. Adele nodded desperately, and in her mind, she returned to that evening when she overheard the unpleasant conversation. She understood perfectly well that the woman probably felt only negative emotions towards her, and it was her right. No one could order a person to truly love someone. But at the same time, the protagonist's right was the ability to treat Serena with warmth without responding to contempt with contempt. The teacher praises the ward for a job well done. For the first time she did very well, but in the future she must address all the servants in this manner. So, now that Adele has a rough idea of how valuable she is as a chosen child, what the young prince's name is, and how to treat others, she can move on to literacy training, which she takes up with enthusiasm. From that moment on, a routine began that would be familiar to any school child. Ahin pointed out various letters and words, told how to pronounce and write them, and the young aristocrat listened attentively and took note. She sincerely enjoyed studying, memorizing various new knowledge, and realizing that she was becoming smarter, but the amount of homework brought the protagonist into genuine horror. Alas, but there is nothing to be done. The main character had already unfolded the sheet of paper with the assignment and picked up the pen, preparing to test her brain in action, when someone distracted her. It turned out to be Serena. As the personal servant of the newly minted Duchess Alcibiades, she remained nearby even at such moments, and she really wanted to talk about one topic. The maid had not forgotten how the protagonist had said that she had feelings for her, and for some reason this childish compliment had greatly disturbed the adult girl. Her cheeks flushed desperately, and for the first time in her storm cloud gray eyes, there appeared a feeling other than routine respect. The maid was so interested in whether those words were true. The girl simply replied that yes, she did not feel any hostility towards her personal assistant, which meant that she had no particular reason to worry. However, the woman was not going to calm down at this point. Looking at the young lady with a hidden plea, she directly asked if this did not mean the same thing as, "I like you." In response, the protagonist only asked embarrassed what the difference was. She was not used to playing with words like many adults, and honestly laid out what she was thinking. Serena continued her meticulous interrogation. If that was how it was, then why did the main character express herself in such a way? It was enough to admit that she did not feel hatred towards the maid. Adele was silent for a few seconds, trying to digest this conclusion, and then quietly asked if she liked something or someone, should she keep quiet about it? As it turned out, the red-haired woman raised this topic for a serious reason. Being a high-ranking noblewoman and the chosen one, the protagonist will be obliged to carefully weigh every word she says so as not to appear frivolous to others. Otherwise, problems cannot be avoided. Then the main character hastened to explain that she had simply fulfilled the request to say what she wanted. In this way, the girl was trying to convey to her interlocutor that there was no hidden agenda in her compliment. This revelation really struck Serena. Apparently, she had been immersed in the company of adult feudal lords for too long, where intrigue, mockery, or insult was hidden behind every phrase. The woman said nothing. She was overwhelmed with monstrous embarrassment, because of which she could only turn her blushing face away and mumble something unintelligible. After this, the maid walked very quickly out of the room, supposedly to bring tea, but even Adele realized how unconvincing an excuse this was. The protagonist, however, interpreted this behavior in her own way. She decided that Serena really hated her, so she was trying to hide the anger that had overcome her. However, the girl stopped at the door, as if, at the last moment, she remembered something extremely important, and was now struggling between the desire to run away and the need to tell the news. Without turning around, the maid quietly announced that she would bring the most expensive tea on the continent. And even from a distance, when looking at her back, it was clearly visible how the girl's ears were burning. This short, very simple phrase turned all of Adele Alcibiades' ideas upside down. She looked at the door in amazement, even after the maid had already run away. After these words, the main character felt warmth. And this was the surest sign that Serena's feelings towards her were not as negative and unambiguous as it seemed before. Here, a ghostly fairy, already familiar to the audience, formed out of thin air, and she pounced on her friend with questions about why she said something good to the one who was throwing insults behind her back. The protagonist tried to get her point across to the air spirit by saying that Serena would never have been so rude if she had known that the heroine could hear her. From the outside, it sounded so illogical and absurd that even the air elemental, who had no relation to the human race, did not understand what it was about. Adele became even sadder and tried to explain to the ghostly fairy that Serena did not really intend to insult her, as it might seem from the outside. The air spirit reminded her that the maid's rude and harsh words had brought her, an innocent child, to bitter tears. But the Duchess replied that everyone could make mistakes. The fairy was not going to calm down at this point. Angry, she reminded the girl that the maid did not even deign to apologize, and the heroine was still going to forgive her. With childish simplicity and directness, the protagonist replied that she preferred to forgive others rather than harbor resentment. She liked that much more. The embodiment of air had no answer to such an argument. The ghostly girl only looked at her friend with sadness and regret in her eyes. The silence lasted for several seconds, but finally the fairy confessed that she did not approve of Adele Alcibiades' decision, but she would still faithfully help her like all the other spirits. In response, the main character blushed deeply and quietly, thanked the supernatural creature. It was very valuable to her to know that her friends would always be by her side. However, the air fairy reminded her that the teacher was right. The girl should learn to love herself more and value her powers so that others would not abuse them. This thought was very new and unusual for the protagonist due to her orphan past. She doubted whether she would be able to come to terms with the fact that she was now at the very top of society and had to address those around her in a commanding manner. Having expressed her thought, the air elemental disappeared. And just in time, because a satisfied Serena returned to the room rolling a portion of the promised tea on a tray. And the maid was not alone. Right behind her walked a male figure dressed in a familiar black and white military uniform, with a long crimson cloak on his shoulders. The girl's eyes widened in shock, and her mouth fell open, as if a dazzling deity had descended from the heavens right in front of her, or some other miracle had happened. In fact, it was Mikhail Mad Dog, who stood in the room, one of the most formidable knights in Alcibiades' service. But the protagonist missed him so much that she was overjoyed. Now the blonde really looked like a knight, and not just a servant. In addition to the uniform and cloak, the young man carried a blade with him, and behind him were comrades. The man then dropped to one knee before the young lady and announced that he was Mikhail Battenberg, one of her bodyguards chosen by Duke Eisen. The guards came to introduce themselves to the main character and pay their respects to her. But the little girl was much happier that among them was a man she had managed to trust. The silence dragged on for a bit, and Adele realized that she had to say something to her new servants. And she couldn't think of anything better to do than start with a simple hello. However, this broke the ice, and the warriors themselves began to introduce themselves. The first to introduce herself was a young girl with blue hair named Haimedit, although the aristocrat could only call her by her first name. This woman looked more like a kind older sister or friend than a cold-blooded and experienced fighter, so the protagonist immediately felt comfortable around her and only asked her to take care of her. Then it was Chopin's turn, a man with hair that looked strange, even among other unusual hairstyles. It was dyed in all 7 colors of the rainbow. The young man's eyes sparkled playfully, and he said that deep down, he was not a warrior, but rather an artist, a figure in the arts. So if Adele got bored, he, the most cheerful person in the squad, would be happy to help her unwind. Perhaps someone else would have found his bangs dyed 7 different bright colors ridiculous, but the little girl was literally enchanted by such an appearance. Then it was the turn of the man who had previously advised Eisen on how to best treat his adopted daughter. It was a man named Plut, and he honestly admitted that he was very talkative, so the heroine could order him to shut his mouth if she got tired of it. Chopin indignantly attacked his comrade because he dared to use rude expressions in the presence of a young lady, and the brunette awkwardly corrected himself. The protagonist could ask him to shut up. The guy with the rainbow bangs immediately teased his comrade, telling him to shut up, and the rogue, losing his composure for the first time, furiously shouted to his brother in arms that this wasn't for him. It all ended with the 2 of them getting into a real fight in front of the young duchess and other knights. So the girl assumed that they were most likely best friends. The thought of it warmed her heart. Someone else would have gotten angry and ordered the bodyguards to immediately stop the mess, but the little girl only smiled happily. She was very glad that even in the world of high-born feudal lords and ruthless warriors, simple friendly foolishness was possible. But the rogue, noticing this, stopped. Awkwardly rubbing his face and slightly looking away, the warrior admitted that he expressed himself rather rudely. despite the fact that he almost always maintained an indifferent, cold-blooded expression on his face, almost like Duke Aizen himself. Here, the last member of the squad spoke up. A very affected man with slicked back hair and an aristocratic monocle, he admitted that the rogue was tactless, causing the latter to curse indignantly. Opening his emerald green eyes, the fifth knight introduced himself. He was Fabian, the eldest son of Count Tesher, and asked the lady to be sure to remember him. The reason for such flattering behavior was simple. Fabian hoped that when the protagonist achieved success, she would first of all thank him for his faithful service, which he did not even try to hide. Chopin was sincerely indignant that this high-born scoundrel with a monocle began to fawn in the first 5 minutes of their acquaintance. But the younger Tesher calmly replied that Adele was destined to become a great person. Furthermore, the green-eyed youth retorted that while all the other team members had only come here on Aizen's orders, he had personally come as a volunteer. Smiling flatteringly, he turned to the girl and asked if she understood the difference, obviously hoping to immediately earn the first praise from the lips of the boss. Unfortunately for Fabian, he didn't take into account that he was talking to a little uneducated girl. She knew what orders were, but she didn't understand what a volunteer was. And Serena noticed this. Turning to Alcibiades' adopted daughter, the girl kindly explained that by bragging about his volunteer work, Fabian implied that he wanted to serve the heroine even before the order. Realizing this, the protagonist kindly thanked the fifth knight. She did not yet understand that he was a selfish man, seeking a significant reward from such service. Even the usually good-natured Chopin was indignant and tried to open the young lady's eyes, but Teshin did not try to defend himself. He just stood there with a satisfied smile, demonstrating his courtesy and good nature with his whole appearance. Now that all the knights had given their names and surnames, the main character also decided to show her courtesy. For the first time she called herself by her adoptive father's surname. Adele was so sweet that it had an almost supernatural effect on Tara Chopin and the plot. The girl covered her mouth with her hands in admiration so as not to scream, and the men took a deep breath and quickly nodded their heads as if chasing away insects. Unlike them, Fabian remained absolutely calm. He only smiled again with the corner of his lips and admitted that it was a great honor for him to serve the daughter of Alcibiades. But Chopin turned out to be much more excited. Unable to completely get over the heroine's cuteness, he admitted that he now dreams of a younger sister. The noise stopped immediately when Mikhail, the undisputed leader of the team, waved his hand. After which the blonde mockingly asked if his comrades were really that loud. The protagonist tactfully noted that this was not entirely true, and in general it seemed to her that the other 4 knights were good people. And this answer clearly surprised Battenberg. But even if the blonde wanted to object on this account, he ultimately preferred to keep his thoughts to himself. Instead, he only smiled and admitted that Adele's behavior was very cute. However, the man decided to finish the performance and finally get down to work. He warned the girl that the guards would change each other regularly 3 times a day. Then, with an eloquent glance from his violet eyes, Battenberg noted that among those present, only Tara Haimedit could boast of the experience of living with a younger sister. That's why Mikhail advised the young mistress to contact her if she urgently needed something. The blue-haired girl would definitely listen and would certainly help. After that, the blonde knight repeated what the protagonist had been told earlier by teacher Ehen maid Serena and the air fairy. One should not be polite and kind to everyone. Battenberg specifically noted that Adele should not act nice around people like Fabian Tascher, and the latter was taken aback, considering this a brazen slander and an unfounded insult. In fact, the lesson was very simple and logical. You don't need to blindly trust others just because they say nice things, and the main character promised to remember this. The young man smiled contentedly. That was all he considered necessary to tell the little lady for now, but he was also ready to answer any other question she had, if there was one. The girl again squeezed her fingers on the fabric of her dress, as she often did in moments of awkwardness. But she overcame herself and said that yesterday she wanted to ask Mikhail a certain question. The young knight pricked up his ears and, of course, suggested that the main character ask boldly. But she still hesitated, looking at her interlocutor with a face red from awkwardness. Several seconds passed, during which the protagonist could not squeeze out a single word, and finally Battenberg directly asked what had happened to the girl. In her mind, Adele Alcibiades admitted that just a few hours ago, she would have asked a completely different question. For example, whether Azen would return her to the orphanage if he was unable to find a wife in the future. But everything changed after the lesson with Ihin. Now the main character learned that in the eyes of most of those around her, she is the chosen one destined by an ancient prophecy, and she will never be kicked back to the backwater. Accordingly, if there was no need to fear a quick return to the wretched orphanage, to its hard beds and bad food, then the little girl was worried about only one question. The protagonist took a few deep breaths in and out, and then clenched her fingers firmly because she was tired of being afraid of others or her own thoughts. Adele Alcibiades looked straight into Mikhail Battenberg's eyes and asked, without a tremor in her voice, what she should do to get closer to her father, the formidable and distant duke. This question, simple in essence, caused great surprise, if not even a little fear among those around her, as if the girl had declared that she was going to kill her adoptive parent in a fair fight. The usually impenetrable and cold-blooded blonde even asked again. The young lady was really talking about his lordship, Azen, the very one who is considered the most terrible warrior on the continent. She calmly confirmed that yes, they were talking about her father, and the rogue, standing somewhere in the background, completely lost his expression, as if he was mentally reading out a will. What is characteristic is that the same Serena behaved much more calmly than the brave warriors, including Mikhail. She only followed the development of the conversation with interest. To Battenberg's credit, he also pulled himself together fairly quickly. The young man smiled calmly and replied that good academic performance was enough to win the favor of the elder Alcibiades. The protagonist asked again in bewilderment, and the red-haired maid rolled her eyes tiredly. She quickly got tired of being a spectator of this theater of the absurd, and she decided to distract herself, citing business with tea. It turns out that the castle of the heartless and emotionless-looking Aizen has a rose garden, which the Duke values very much, and according to Mikhail, Adele will definitely become closer to her parent if she spends more time there. An aristocrat really values diligence in such matters as studying, so there is no need to do anything out of the ordinary to gradually melt the ice in communication with him. The protagonist repeated this advice to herself in bewilderment, as if she could not believe that this was the most effective way to achieve her goals in life. Meanwhile, the knight continued to develop the topic. He recalled that Aiken had given his little charge a lot of homework, as if taking revenge for all those years that the girl had spent without lessons. But that's not all. The blonde began to claim that the Duke would definitely notice his adopted daughter if she not only began to study well, but also went to bed early. Perhaps this was a banal lie that would not have fooled anyone smarter than a naive child. But one must give credit where credit is due. Battenberg sincerely wanted the best. The main character thought again, as if carefully weighing all the pros and cons, and then smiled happily and assured that she would try to achieve all the goals set. The blonde grinned in response. The protagonist said exactly what he wanted, although Mikhail had no doubt that the little girl would be diligent and honest. Tara breathed a sigh of relief, leaning on the shoulder of the dumbfounded Chopin. Whatever the knights feared, the storm had safely passed by this time. Deciding that it was better to strike while the iron was hot, Battenberg immediately asked whether he should take the little duchess to the garden where she could study in a comfortable environment. Of course, the girl did not refuse. In any case, she would have looked at the local rose garden with great pleasure and appreciated how beautiful it was. But that could wait a bit. First of all, Adele was going to have a cup of tea, which Serena had brought some time ago. In gratitude for the compliment, the maid, without even waiting for a real order, immediately approached, with a tray on which a small cup was steaming, and the protagonist took a sip with pleasure. It was quite an unusual sensation. The first taste might seem bitter, but the further you tried it, the better and more refined the taste became, like a gradually blossoming flower bud. It was unlike anything the girl had ever tasted in the past. After properly tasting the drink, she stared into space in amazement. Pleased with the reaction, Serena explained that the tea was made from a plant called golden rhodamine, a variety that the kingdom of Bossain was famous for. The guards saw and listened to what was happening, and the impressionable Chopin even covered his mouth with his hand in surprise. Such a drink was incredibly rare, so the opportunity to try it was truly a miracle. When the pleasure from the first sip wore off a little, the protagonist looked straight into the maid's eyes and with sincere joy thanked her for such a present. Then Adele Alcibiades remembered that she was talking to a servant and called her simply by her first name. But Serena still blushed with embarrassment and quickly looked away. A second later, the red-haired woman replied that she was just doing her duty, but anyone would have realized that it was just an act, and the maid was genuinely pleased. After a while, the action moved to the Duke's rose garden, and it really did make a very pleasant impression. The servants clearly looked after this corner of the palace. The main character, as promised, was diligently studying, scribbling something in a notebook, while the maid and two bodyguards, in the persons of Plute and Chopin, watched. Previously, the protagonist had been afraid of the amount of homework that her young mentor had assigned her, but now she looked calm and even relaxed. As it turned out, the local alphabet had 52 letters, and Ekin, by assigning such a mountain of work, wanted his charge to quickly master them all. There was indeed some progress in her knowledge. The little girl could now write her first and last name, but there were still 47 letters ahead. This was clearly not enough, so Adele decided to test her strength, namely, to write the first and last name of her adoptive father on her own, without any prompting from anyone. The protagonist slowly and not even awkwardly wrote the words Eisen Alciviade on the paper, after which, with a face shining with delight, she showed them to those around her, to make sure that everything was correct. Serena looked thoughtfully at the result for a few seconds, and then, with the air of a kind children's teacher, announced that yes, everything had turned out well. It was a real victory, a true triumph that every child once experienced. Adele even raised her hands up in triumph, making the girl smile even wider. The maid noted that this was incredible progress, and she was practically telling the truth. No one at the orphanage tried to educate the children, and such a speed of learning was truly impressive. There was only one small mistake. The main character wrote Azain's first and last name in huge letters, while only the first one should have been capitalized. As in earthly languages, the protagonist nodded thoughtfully, briefly lost in her thoughts, and then took the sheet of paper back and quickly wrote a more correct version, with capital and lowercase letters. Serena smiled again, contentedly, and confirmed that yes, everything was now beyond all praise, sincerely proud of the first successes of her little duchess. These words seemed to change something in the atmosphere of the rose garden. Already pleasant, it became homely, warm and cozy, as if the girl had never uttered swear words behind the owners' backs. Time flew by very quickly, while studying and talking, so much so that it was difficult to tell whether hours or minutes had passed outside. Only the teacup showed its empty insides. The protagonist even looked at her with a guilty expression. Only now did she realize that during the time that had passed, she had managed to drink the entire portion of the drink that had been served. At the same time, the day was drawing to a close, and the sky gradually changed color from bright blue to golden. This made Adele longingly wonder when her adoptive father would return home. Looking at the yellow-orange sky and the crimson flags with golden eagles, the symbol of the Alcibiades house, the heroine wondered, had she really done enough for her father to show warmth, or was something else needed? Then the little girl looked away and simply admitted to herself that she missed her parent. Even though they had only seen each other a few times, she had no other close people. To the protagonist's credit, she tried to pull herself together quickly, reminding herself that no one had promised that it would be easy. She had only made her first successes today, but there were still many trials ahead. It sounded logical, but the child's heart still couldn't calm down. And then Adele thought that Mikhail couldn't lie to her. That would be completely out of his style. The poor thing could have been tormented by such questions for a long time, deciding how to coexist with Aizen. But then Rogue spoke up, and he looked worried, although the guy tried to maintain his composure, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly to calm his nerves. The knight wanted to add something to Mikhail's statement, but a figure in a blue tailcoat was already heading towards them. Chopin quickly noticed her and stared as if a hellish abyss had opened up before their eyes, and bloodthirsty devils were crawling out of it. Unlike his friend, he had poor self-control. The owner of the tailcoat turned out to be Duke Alcibiades himself, and he held himself a little stiffly, as if he had been accustomed from a young age to wearing only a practical military uniform, and then regalia for military exploits. The guards duo were very surprised to see their master in such an unusual appearance, while Adele herself was quietly happy. After all, her dad had come as promised. The protagonist looked at those around him as usual, completely indifferently, which made it impossible to understand what the famous god of war was really thinking or feeling. Following the owner of the estate, another man appeared, and he was wearing the usual black and white uniform of a knight, and a long crimson cloak was folded over his shoulders. Mikhail Battenberg, despite his nickname Mad Dog, looked very calm. In this regard, he could, if not surpass his leader, then at least give him good competition. Seeing the blonde warrior, the protagonist smiled happily at him, because the man hadn't lied. Aizen Alcibiades really had come to his daughter when she sat down to do her homework in the rose garden. There was a moment of silence. For a while, the grown man and the little girl simply looked at each other, as if trying to read what was going on in the soul of the interlocutor. It is unknown how long this silent exchange of glances would have continued, but then the protagonist turned his attention to something else. Like a hound that has sensed the scent of a fox, these turned out to be numerous drafts in which Adele tried to correctly write the first and last name of her adopted parent. This did not work out the first time. For the Duke, accustomed to the battlefield and the intrigues of those in power, such a trifle was something unusual. He even pressed his knuckles to his mouth and asked in surprise what was written there. Without waiting for an answer, the man carefully extended his hand, took one of the sheets of paper, and began to examine it very carefully, as if it were a map with the location of the enemy camps. The silence continued for a while again, until Aizen eventually chuckled at the corner of his lips and admitted these newly created letters are quite elegant. Such a complex and intricate phrase made the main character literally freeze. She could not understand what the feudal lord was trying to convey in this way. But then it occurred to her that her foster parent had mentioned the word graceful, and in her mind she timidly suggested that this was the elder Alcibiades' way of complimenting his daughter on her efforts. After this, the main character cast a short but attentive glance at the girl, or more precisely, at her hands, which were covered with calluses and spots from diligent writing. Just a second, and the aristocrat, usually indifferent to those around him, quietly calls the little girl by name, forcing the latter to raise her head in surprise and listen. It turned out that Adele had worked so hard that she had stained not only her hands, but her face as well. Aizen pointed to his own cheek, showing where the ink stain was. This led the protagonist into a terrible state of confusion and awkwardness. It was very unpleasant to realize that all this time, a loved one had seen her in a not very neat image. Wanting to fall through the ground, the girl reflexively slapped herself on the cheek, as if trying to kill a mosquito, and saw with horror that there was a trace of ink left on her palm. Overcoming her embarrassment with a titanic effort of will, the main character stood up, looked at her adoptive father, and asked for forgiveness for such a mess. But the man did not appreciate this. In fact, the elder Alcibiades did not understand in principle what his adopted daughter was asking for forgiveness for, and stared at her with sincere bewilderment. Adele's throat tightened with panic and approaching hysteria, but she, with all her might, holding back her tears, explained that she was apologizing for getting dirty. Perhaps, from the point of view of the rules in the old orphanage, this really was a terrible sin, deserving severe punishment. But Eisen only allowed himself a slight grin again, and then calmed the girl down, assuring her that this was normal for children. This had an effect on the protagonist's condition, like a magic medicine. The storm that had risen in her soul immediately subsided, but she also tried to remind her father that she had worked very hard on her homework. The aristocrat didn't show it, but he was actually nervous. Eisen was a fish in water when it came to waging war or other feudal duties, but he had a hard time understanding how to work with children. At first, the red-eyed brunette let out an ambiguous, trying to come up with a satisfactory answer on the fly, and then repeated the rogue's gesture, rubbing the back of his head with his hand and looking away. Here, as usual, the faithful Mikhail came to the rescue. The knight quietly, but clearly enough for the duke to hear, called out to his master, and Alcibiades asked what he needed. Adele stared at this strange performance in bewilderment, and then added that today she had learned the spelling and name of the crown prince, learned the names of her bodyguards, and heard that she had been chosen by some prophecy. The brunette felt a drop of cold sweat running down his cheek again. He would have easily found a response to an insult, a taunt, or a movement of an enemy unit. But here, he could only say one thing: well done. The protagonist pointed out that she studied without taking breaks, without being lazy. And this was eloquently evidenced by the real mountain of books left by Ekin for homework. Finally inspired, the main character got down to the main thing. Today, among other things, she ate well and was going to bed early. After this, Duke Alcibiades' mask of indifference finally began to crack. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and called the receiving point a wonderful child. Then Eisen sat down on the chair next to Adele and shared that, as a child, he also very diligently learned the alphabet, which surprised the little girl quite a bit. It was difficult for her to admit that such a formidable man was also once a toddler who understood little. The main character clarified that he was only 2 years old at the time, and Mikhail, who was standing nearby, sighed resignedly, as if telling his overlord that most children of that age could barely speak, let alone write. Taking a quill and placing the tip of it on the paper, the red-eyed man admitted out loud that he would be very happy if his own father could see how his son studied. The protagonist, with childish simplicity and directness, asked why Eisen's father, and technically her grandfather, did not see this. She did not see anything bad in this topic. Without looking at his curious daughter, the aristocrat calmly admitted that his own parent treated his heir and only son rather coldly. But this was not the only reason. The main character's father quickly died, and the boy who was destined to become the god of war was left alone, not even able to take power over his land due to his young age. The atmosphere changed dramatically. If at the beginning of Alcibiades' arrival, there was a feeling of warmth and home comfort in the air, now people seemed to be enveloped in a cold autumn fog. Adele realized that she had unwittingly touched upon one of her adoptive father's unpleasant memories, and answered with a guilty expression, "I understand." But Eisen continued to scribble something on the paper. At some point, the nobleman and commander paused. Turning to his daughter, he decided to teach her a very important lesson that must be remembered forever. The pink-haired girl opened her sapphire eyes wide and prepared to listen as carefully as possible. After all, this was the first proper conversation between them. As it turned out, the elder Alcibiades wanted to talk about society, or more precisely, about the fact that aristocratic status requires responsibility from a person first and foremost. The main character didn't say anything and continued to listen, but she was mentally surprised at what Eisen was talking about. Due to her little life experience, she still didn't understand much. But at that moment, the brunette decided to take a short break. He concentratedly moved his pen across the paper as if he were writing a letter to someone or composing an important document. But it turned out not to be text, but a schematic drawing of a step pyramid. The protagonist showed it to the girl, asking if she saw the image, and Adele answered in the affirmative. From the commander's short lesson, the little girl learned that in the empire, all people are divided into 5 social levels, including aristocrats, wealthy burghers, ordinary people, and slaves. But these are only 4 steps out of 5. The imperial family is on the last one, and its power already exceeds almost any other person within the state. It also turns out that in this country, the church does not have its own leader like the Pope. The current Emperor Hasfelt performs the functions of not only a secular, but also a spiritual leader. But as it turned out, the power of the ruling family is not absolute. According to Aizen, there was another creature whose word was even more weighty than that of the emperor. His name was Shinsu, and Alcibiades showed his ward, a poor drawing of a winged lion, apparently referring to the deity worshipped by the locals. But Shinsu wasn't the only one the Hasfelts had to reckon with. It turns out that the protagonist is also an incredibly influential figure. Moreover, Adele, a poor little girl who grew up in an orphanage, stands even higher in this hierarchy than even the supernatural patron of the empire. The main character was so shocked that she couldn't even find the words to object. She just stared at Aizen with her eyes wide open in shock and mumbled, "Yes?" To illustrate his point, Alcibiades recalls an ancient proverb about the hierarchy of society in the country, and readers are shown a shot of the emperor humbly kneeling before the statue of Shinsu. The proverb says that a deity stands above a mortal ruler, but the chosen child from a mysterious prophecy is even more valuable and powerful than a god. The girl honestly admitted that she did not understand. She was, after all, an ordinary child, and had no idea how she could change the fates of those around her in a way that even the gods had never dreamed of. Like Mikhail and Eshin, the elder Alcibiades does not want to explain this to the main character. He only vaguely explains that she will figure it out herself in the future, especially since she is making commendable progress in her lessons. These are very valuable achievements, and Aizen was truly proud of his adopted daughter, which made the little girl forget all her questions for a moment. After all, she was praised. Putting his hand to his chest, the brunette assured the protagonist that there was very little time left. 1 month would pass, and Adele would finally be able to understand her nature and responsibilities. The Duke repeated that the remaining time was a month, and looked thoughtfully into the distance, as if this fact for some reason caused him genuine sadness. The little girl remembers that Ahin also said that he would only study with her for a month, and for a moment she experiences the old fear of returning to the orphanage. Noticing that his adopted daughter was even sweating from the stress, Aizen handed her a handkerchief and offered to dry herself off. After all, noble ladies should always look dignified. It was a very beautiful scarf, made of expensive fabric white, with a pale pink snowflake pattern, and someone's name was embroidered in the bottom corner. The protagonist looked very carefully at this seemingly harmless accessory, and the name attracted special Basirta attention. She even managed to read it. It didn't mean anything to the main character, but the girl suggests that this could have been the name of the person who originally owned the scarf, until it ended up with Alcibiades. She didn't bring it up out loud because she remembered well how painfully the adoptive parent had reacted to the question about his own father, so she simply thanked him and returned the item. The brunette took the accessory back and then, as if there had been no pause, continued his lesson. In the present day, many representatives of the nobility do not want to fulfill their duties. From Aizen's point of view, a true aristocrat must always maintain a cool dignity and remember his duty to the crown and society, and if necessary, then without hesitation, give his life for the sake of others, even if they are commoners or even slaves. Such is the price paid for palaces, magnificent clothes, and dresses, treasures and power. And from the point of view of the elder Alcibiades, this was not only a fair, but also the only natural exchange. And those aristocrats who only want to have fun all the time and neglect their duty, no one will respect. And these words made Adele think hard. Despite the fact that more than a day had passed since the adoption, the protagonist continued to consider herself an ordinary orphan. But her adoptive father sees something worthy in her. This was a real revelation for the little girl, after which she looked firmly into the Duke's face and promised that she would definitely remember his words about duty and obligations. The man smiles contentedly, with the corner of his lips, and closing his eyes deliberately laments the fact that no one explained this to him as a child. He had to figure it out on his own. At the same time, the protagonist reached out with his hand to some object hidden in his jacket pocket, and Mikkel, who had been carefully observing those around him throughout the entire conversation, became wary. The blonde, without changing his expression, sternly reminded the gentleman that if he smoked in the presence of the child, the smoke would still harm Adele's body. But Aizen replied with displeasure that he had given up this bad habit. As it turned out, the formidable commander who inspired fear in his enemies and allies was going to get not a cigarette but a red lollipop. Because smoking is one thing, and sweets are quite another, it is impossible to refuse them. With a displeased expression on his face, and cursing quietly, the elder Alquiada began to suck on the lollipop while stopping to pay attention to those around him. To say that the guard's maid and the main character were surprised would be a huge understatement. They looked at Aizen with an increasingly uncomfortable feeling, especially after he began to curse the taste of the treat. After this, the Duke, clearly considering the conversations over, stood up and straightened his tailcoat, getting ready to leave. But Mikkel again reacted sensitively to the change in the situation. The blonde politely asked the owner if he was going to just leave like that, and the god of war asked why not. He didn't really understand what he was doing wrong. In response, the blonde knight moved his head slightly. From the outside, it could have been taken for an ordinary meaningless gesture, but in fact, the knight was pointing to the side. But the elder Alcibiades did not really react to this, so Battenberg directly stated that the aristocrat must do something else, meaning talk to the girl. Adele watched this, frozen in anticipation. The protagonist did not say anything, and did not try to convince the adoptive parent to stay, but she blushed a little from embarrassment. Then the main character clearly came to the conclusion that if she just sits and watches with her mouth closed, then there won't be much benefit. So she stood up and politely asked her father to be careful in his affairs. But because the man had very little experience in socializing with others, he interpreted it differently. From the brunette's point of view, even the little girl wanted him to leave. Alcibiades' irritation was directed at Mikhail, but the fair-haired warrior took it very calmly. Without changing his expression, he clarified that this was not at all what he had meant when he asked the master to talk to his daughter. Growing increasingly irritated, the god of war asked what Battenberg wanted then, and the situation could have resulted in an unpleasant embarrassment. But the protagonist saved her by asking Aizen to extend his hand forward. The main character asked again, bewildered. He was so used to giving orders and waving a sword on the battlefield that he was completely lost in the company of a girl. The roles of teacher and student changed briefly. Now Adele patiently explained to her interlocutor what exactly he should do, and even showed by holding out her own small palm. The young commander did not really understand what these strange manipulations were and what they were needed for, but he agreed to his daughter's request and immediately extended his limb to her. It turned out that this was not some kind of ritual or sacred act with a special meaning. The main character simply really wanted to be gently stroked on the head like a kitten. The protagonist experienced great pleasure from such a display of love. But Aizen himself was rather puzzled. He opened his scarlet eyes wide, and a drop of sweat ran down his face. The girl's thoughts are shown to the readers, and from them, it becomes known that although the little girl dreamed more than anything else about finding a family, In addition to this, she really wanted her family to stroke her head. The elder Alcibiades acted without much enthusiasm because he did not feel the same delight, but the former orphan no longer paid attention to this. She was simply happy. Here the focus changes to Tara and Fabian. The two bodyguards were looking for their owners, clearly wanting to talk to them about something. And they finally managed to reach the rose garden. But the picture they saw made the young man and woman incredibly embarrassed. They could not even imagine that a cold-blooded and ruthless aristocrat would stroke someone's head. The first to come to her senses was Himedit. She realized that she had witnessed a very intimate and personal moment and decided that it was better for them to leave. And so that the selfish Tesher would not ruin the situation, she hit him hard in the side. As the pair of guards walked away quietly, trying not to attract attention to themselves, the man continued to stroke his adopted daughter, and she realized with slight embarrassment that everyone's eyes were on them. After that, Aizen stopped caressing. He stared thoughtfully at his own palm, as if trying to read something from the pattern of the skin or check it for dirt. The Duke had once again returned to his usual extremely incomprehensible, to those around him, manner of behavior, and the protagonist looked at this with slight embarrassment and fear. She did not want to upset the elder Alcibiades. After a few seconds of thought, the brunette turned his gaze to his charge and tactlessly asked if she had washed her hair, clearly intending, depending on the answer, to wash her hands later. Luckily, the main character either didn't understand the depth of the rudeness or chose to simply ignore it, and instead confirmed that yes, she had washed herself. The young nobleman puffed out his cheeks and lips slightly. He was torn between the desire to leave, immediately ignoring Mikhail's grumbling, and the need to establish a connection with his daughter. In the end, the decision was made, and the young man continued to gently stroke Adele's pink-haired head, and she froze in surprise with her eyes wide open. This time, Aizen acted more actively because he himself began to enjoy it and noted out loud that yes, his child needed parental affection. Finally, the Duke wished his ward a good night's sleep, looked at her with some warmth, and stretched his lips into such a wide grin that it could have been called a smile. The protagonist stared at him in admiration, blushing to the tips of her ears, putting her hands together, and in a trembling voice, wished Alcibiades a good night's sleep as well. After the conversation in the rose garden, and the first attempt to create family ties between the main characters, some time passed. The sunset gave way to night, and the first stars appeared in the sky. Even though several hours had passed, Adele was still happy. Her adoptive father, so strict, distant, and tough in appearance, stroked her head. For anyone else, this would have been nonsense, but not for the protagonist. She still felt an extraterrestrial euphoria and noted with pleasure that Mikhail had not lied. Thinking of the young knight, she immediately remembered his eyes, a rich violet-blue hue, like precious stones, and noted how beautiful they were. Having made sure that Battenberg was trustworthy, the main character finally turned to Serena, who was accompanying her. This time the little duchess was going to bed early. The maid helpfully explained that she had already collected water for the evening bath, and besides, the chef had prepared a special dessert for the young lady, so she did not have to go to bed immediately after the bath. The darkness outside was growing thicker and thicker, dispersed only by the unusually bright crescent moon and lanterns. But the girl assured the protagonist that bathing and dinner would not take much time. Any other child would have danced and squealed with delight at such news. But Adele spent almost her entire life in an orphanage and didn't even know what dessert was. The maid smiled good-naturedly, but explained that dessert was some kind of sweet dish, and the previously mentioned chef who prepared it was the same as cook. Of course, the main character was very happy that she was now provided with food for the rest of her life and would never go hungry again. But on the other hand, the thought of sweets caused her a strange excitement. Serena gestured for the protagonist to go into the bathtub, where a rubber duck was already splashing, and the girl herself continued to wonder whether it was normal to be so happy, due to the traumatic experiences she had endured during her years in the orphanage. Adele feared that she would be quickly taken away from the palace and punished for being so selfishly happy. But it was also very difficult to resist the care of those around her, especially when she already bathed, was brought to the kitchen, where there were rows of sweet pies and pieces of cake. Watching the joy and pleasure with which the former orphan tried the food, the maid couldn't help but smile. It was simply too cute. Chewing another piece, the protagonist looked up at her personal servant and thought that everyone around her was looking at her with almost identical facial expressions. The elderly chef, for example, smiled in a similar way. The old man was especially touched by the pleasure with which the little girl tasted his food and the compliment on her hair. The main character remembered how she once observed a very tragic and touching picture. A man and a woman, exhausted and weak, beamed with happiness, seeing how their baby ate a piece of bread. As she thought about it, Adele now wondered how much she had to love her offspring, to be genuinely happy that they were well fed when she herself was dying of hunger. And this made the protagonist a little jealous, apparently because she couldn't be sure whether any of these numerous servants or Eisen himself would behave in a similar manner. But then the girl was distracted by something unusual. It was an unusual white dessert of a rectangular shape, reminiscent of many times smaller columns. The main character had never seen such treats, so Serena, with the same kindness, explained that in front of her was a marshmallow, and you can take it with your hands. The former orphan was intrigued, but at the same time confused. From her point of view, this dish resembled a white pillow that the housewife had left to dry in the sun. After that, the protagonist pointed her finger at another food. It was a cookie that looked very similar to a seashell, only made of dough. The red-haired girl came to the rescue again with an explanation. The shell turned out to be Madeline's cake, and it is a traditional Mertz Kormesh dish. The name made Adele Alcibiades flinch, as if she had been suddenly slapped on the shoulder, because it just so happened to be the same name as her old best friend at the orphanage. Ever since the pink-haired girl became a duchess, she knew nothing about the fate of her friend, and could not stop wondering what it was like for her now in the orphanage. When the protagonist was still afraid that the aristocrats would quickly return her back to the orphanage, she consoled herself with the thought of reuniting with Madeline. But now that it became clear that this would not happen, the girl sincerely missed him. The overwhelming sadness easily overpowered the pleasure of the luxurious and previously unavailable food. And the main character, almost crying, admitted that she felt bad without her old friend. Serena was taken by surprise for the first time and was unable to find the right words to console her. She only muttered that it was this girl who had once told the protagonist about the Imperial Academy. Luckily, this time the little girl pulled herself together on her own, simply redirecting her attention to another topic, in particular to the previously suggested marshmallow. Adele muttered the name of this treat with a mysterious look, and then cast an eloquent glance at the maid, as if evaluating her according to some criteria. A few seconds later, the newly minted aristocrat confidently declared that this dessert looked like a red-haired maid, and she was absolutely not ready for something like this. Serena was trained to keep a cool face as part of her job, but this was too sudden and unusual. She just opened her mouth and blushed so much that her face matched her hair in color. The woman asked again, her voice slurred with emotion, and it was difficult to say what she felt more strongly: embarrassment from the awkward comparison, or pleasure from someone else's affection. Adele was quick to explain that communicating with Serena was so pleasant and easy that it was even similar to the feeling when you eat delicious cotton candy, but a little different. The girl didn't know how best to formulate her thoughts on this matter. The same cotton wool felt light on the bite, but when talking with the maid, everything was a little more complicated. Eventually, the protagonist came up with something and repeated that her assistant in this regard resembled a marshmallow. And the poor girl turned even redder from embarrassment. Rogue and Chopin, who had accompanied and guarded the girls from their visit to the rose garden, whispered sarcastically among themselves that the young lady was comparing the shape of Serena's face to marshmallows. The snide guys agreed among themselves that it was all because of the maid's chin which was, they say, big and square, like this sweet treat. But Serena called out to them, with a sweet smile, showing that she had heard them perfectly well. The men froze, with tense faces, almost as if Duke Alcibiades had entered the kitchen in a bad mood. Their imaginations were already picturing a scandal. But fortunately for the knights, Snickers Serena did not scold. She only cast a tired glance and sighed heavily, like a mother who was driven to distraction by the mischievous antics of her children. But the young mistress was watching this scene, and the maid thought it necessary to explain that she should not attach any special significance to what she saw. She often fooled around with this pair of blockheads. From such an unflattering definition, the plute's gaze became like the gaze of a stunned fish, and Chopin picturesquely put his palms to his mouth, depicting being deeply offended. In response, the girl snorted and looked at them with a sneer. It was clear from her that the retribution for comparing her face to a piece of marshmallow had been completely and utterly successful. Adele Alcibiades said nothing for now and watched this scene with slight embarrassment. But she mentally noted that the woman did not feel any discomfort. Watching Serena quietly bicker with the bodyguards, the protagonist remembered that the maids of aristocrats also come from noble families, and decided that this is why the red-haired girl is close to the knights. And besides, the main character experienced a strong desire. She really wanted to become friends with the maid too, and not just stick to the relationship between mistress and servant. But then the maid remembered that the young duchess was still watching her, and decided to return to work. She should always be first. Although before inviting the girl to go to bed, so as not to disrupt her routine, Serena admitted that she agreed that her face resembled a marshmallow. Standing behind him, the rogue only grimaced and muttered, "How affected." From his point of view, it looked like crude flattery to the owner's not very successful joke. But no one paid any attention to this boring guard, and Adele only joyfully exclaimed that she was glad to hear, looking up at her assistant. The maid blushed even more. Adele had an almost supernatural ability to evoke affection in those around her, and the woman asked her to eat more. Naturally, the main character did not refuse such a request, and immediately put another portion of the unusual food, dripping with sweet juice, into her mouth. The head chef, who had just popped into the dining room, literally blossomed with happiness at the sight of such a spectacle. Watching the food he had prepared being devoured with such pleasure was the highest possible reward. But soon, midnight finally came into its own. The darkness of the inky sky was dispersed by the stars, as well as the numerous lights of the lamps of the Alcibiades castle. The protagonist had long since moved to her bed, trying to keep her promise to her adoptive father and Mikhail to be a good girl. But first, she said goodnight to those around her. Serena, Chopin, and Rogue responded with similar pleasantries. Now they looked less like a maid and a pair of bodyguards than like older siblings interacting with their beloved younger sister. Among other benefits, Adele singled out healthy sleep. Just a few seconds later, she was sweetly snoring, heading into the realm of serene dreams. Unlike the men, the maid decided to linger for a moment to admire her sleeping mistress. In this form, she was so cute that it was difficult to look away. Since no one was around, Serena sat down on the bed next to the girl, just like a loving mother would do when watching her beloved child. Morning came, it would seem very quickly. The night hadn't yet completely given way to the sun. The stars were still shining in the sky, and the castle came to life again. Having carefully woken up her little mistress, Serena hastened to please the girl with unexpected news. Today, she would have special extracurricular activities, and the protagonist, without even having time to open her eyes and suppress a yawn, asks the most important question for her. Will they finally tell her about Aizen and all the details? Unfortunately, in this regard, the main character hit the nail on the head. The foster parent will not be able to return home today because he is very busy. And besides, she again officially addressed a subordinate, violating etiquette. In the past, Adele might have been very upset and even cried, but over the past time, she has become a little stronger in spirit. And besides, she simply hasn't had time to wake up. She very calmly stated in her thoughts that there would be no meeting with her adoptive father today. And the ordinary maids, meanwhile, were tidying up the room, hanging up clean towels, and opening the curtains. In order to at least slightly bring herself to her senses, the protagonist used an old and proven method. She closed her eyes tightly and then rubbed her face with her hands as if washing her face. Luckily, she no longer lived in a shelter where she had to wait for a good rain or find a clean river to take care of her body. Serena already had a clean towel at the ready. With its help, it was much easier to take care of her face and drive away the remnants of drowsiness. So the main character quickly thought, if extracurricular activities are not connected with the elder Alcibiades, then what will they be about? A minute later, the protagonist was sitting on a tiny chair with a soft seat and looking at herself in amazement in the mirror. She had, of course, never sat at a dressing table before. Two maids argued over which headdress would suit the Duchess best and rejected one option after another. One hat had too narrow a brim to protect her delicate face from the sun. Another could protect her head from damage, but still raise doubts. Eventually, one of the girls suggested Adele a hat that was somewhat reminiscent of an English bowler hat, with a simple design made of brown material and a green stripe. But the main character's attention is drawn to something else. Mikhail and Fabian were standing at a distance, maintaining a deathly silence and not even raising their eyes to the young aristocrat. The little girl assumes that there are some rules that prevent men from looking at her, while Serena, meanwhile, authoritatively states that the hat should provide maximum safety. The red-haired maid opened the cabinet looking for a suitable option, and a second later, a large black helmet, which jockeys use, was adorned on the protagonist's small head. While the woman was fastening her headdress under the heroine's neck, the latter finally decided to clarify what the previously mentioned extracurricular activities were. Having finally fastened the helmet, the maid readily explained that Adele Alcibiades would learn to ride riding animals because in the future she would have to ride shinsu. For the protagonist, such news was like a bolt from the blue. She only opened her sapphire eyes in amazement and opened her mouth, unable to cope with the shock. Watching this, Serena became a little amused and playfully asked to pretend that Ian had told the young aristocrat this. After all, horse riding was a very important topic for future lessons. In another situation, perhaps the girl would have quickly forgotten everything and focused on something more interesting. But she had just recently heard this mysterious word, shinsu. She immediately remembered yesterday's lesson with the elder Alcibiades, how Eisen drew a ridiculous picture of a winged lion and declared that his power was higher than the emperor's. The protagonist had no idea what it was. From the context, one might think that this was the word the locals used to call their god, but she couldn't be sure. But the main thing was something else. Adele perhaps did not know what shinsu was, but she understood animals perfectly well, and this knowledge caused a terrible tremor in her hands. Many children love various animals and enjoy spending time with them. But the former orphan was afraid, even at the thought of having to approach some creature, not to mention riding. And this phobia had a very serious basis. During the war that had tormented the Hasfeld Empire for many years, if not centuries, not only people but also other creatures were terribly starving. Embittered by hunger, pain, and horror, the four-legged and winged predators pounced on anything that could even remotely pass for food, especially on the corpses that were generously left on the battlefield's roads and city streets. Unfortunately, Adele saw with her own eyes how a pack of hungry animals greedily tore human bodies to pieces and devoured them. And this sight traumatized her. And that's not even the worst part. Once the main character watched as an eagle grabbed a small child and carried him away to eat him. And she saw how a familiar boy cried bitterly after being bitten by a vicious dog. The thought of taking riding lessons on anyone brought nothing but a sticky throat-choking dread to the protagonist, and she would give anything to avoid it. The maids, oblivious to the little duchess's condition, cheerfully discussed their own affairs, how they had emptied the local boutiques, having received money for shopping, and how best to dress Adele. And Serena ended up being very pleased. Even though the task was far from complete and the result was far from ideal, she still smiled with satisfaction at her colleagues. The green-haired maid suggested that a full white suit would be too impractical, so wouldn't it be better to just use pants? And the main character, meanwhile, was becoming increasingly panicked. Another girl nonchalantly noted that Adele would be uncomfortable moving in such pants, and Serena finally noticed that something bad was happening to the young aristocrat. She waved her hand and asked the younger servant to be silent for a while, and then the gaze of everyone present turned to the protagonist sitting at the table. The poor girl's face turned red from horror and worry, and her eyes filled with tears, and the red-haired girl asked sympathetically what had happened. Unfortunately, the former orphan's horror of animals and birds was extremely strong. She was unable to squeeze out a word, only whimpering. Then the main character couldn't stand it any longer and hugged the woman, calling her sister. She didn't give a damn about etiquette right now, as long as Serena consoled her, helped her cope with this suffocating fear. Naturally, the girl wasn't mean enough to remind the main character of her manners. Instead, she allowed her to cuddle up to her, and she hugged the girl by the shoulders. Looking at this scene, no one would ever have thought that the maid had recently expressed contempt towards the little mistress. Now they looked like a mother comforting a frightened and sad daughter. Perhaps this was a gross violation of the subordination of relations between masters and servants, but we must give credit where credit is due. Simple human care and warmth helped Adele finally feel safe. When the protagonist finally stopped making convulsive sobbing sounds, Serena knelt down to look the baby in the eyes and tell her that everything was fine. There was no reason to be afraid, whatever it might be. Then the maid looked up, scanning the room carefully for someone or something, and then her gaze stopped on the bed, covered with pillows. The woman gave one of them to the main character, asking her to hug her to drive away the remaining stress, and the young duchess clung to the soft object as if her life depended on it. The other maids watched this scene in silence because they could not bring themselves to say anything due to the terrible shock. But then when Adele's panic attack passed, one of them still tried to return to the discussion of clothes. Serena calmly explained that they needed to take the safest possible set. Their mistress should not get hurt under any circumstances, and everything else did not matter. But there was still one problem: choosing the right size, because without measurements, it would be very difficult to choose things that would look good on a young aristocrat. But even for this case, the red-haired girl had a plan prepared. As befits an experienced maid, she could dress her mistress blindfolded. A few moments pass, and Serena is already putting a small black shirt on the protagonist, explaining that this thing is held on the body by buttons. After that, it was time for the black tweed coat. And in this suit, Adele began to look almost like a grown-up professional equestrian. The main character looked in the mirror with slight embarrassment. The black outerwear and white shirt harmonized perfectly with her pink hair and big blue eyes. Even the helmet protecting her head did not look ridiculous, but somehow gave its owner a special prettiness. Now Adele was indistinguishable from a born noblewoman. The protagonist, despite her terrible modesty, could not help but recognize this striking change, especially considering that she arrived at the estate in an old, dirty dress. Then the former orphan noticed an unusual detail. The black gloves which protected her hands from calluses had a symbol embroidered with gold threads, resembling a flower growing from a framed shell. Serena kindly explained that it was a symbol of peace, and that it was designed by Sorollin, one of the most famous designers working with the upper class. The main character was surprised to realize how complicated the traditions and wardrobe of aristocrats are. Even such little things have some special symbolism. After this, the red-haired maid finally announced that their mistress had finished dressing, and Mikhail Battenberg, who had been standing with the real estate of a stone statue throughout the entire conversation, turned his head slightly. Turning his good-natured violet gaze to the main character, the fair-haired knight greeted her respectfully, observing the rules of etiquette. Adele greeted her back, but she wondered to herself what this could all mean. Did the bodyguards really not have the right to talk to her until she put on all her clothes? After this, the knight smiled amiably, and looking at this handsome face, glowing with kindness, no one would have thought that this young man had received the nickname Mad Dog and a bad reputation for participating in bloody battles. The main character had an incredibly strong ability to charm other people, but she herself was affected in a similar way by Mikhail's gaze. It was impossible to resist those purple eyes. Some time passed. The main characters left Alcibiades' castle and arrived at the place where the riding lessons were held, and Battenberg helped the little girl get out of the high carriage. The girl looked around with great interest. Except for the trip from the orphanage, she had never left the palace and did not know what was around. The protagonist couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. And she could understand it, because as far as the eye could see, there were only pristine meadows and hills. Such beauty could not be compared with the dirty people and rat-infested cities, or even the palaces of aristocrats. So Adele first asked where they were. As it turned out, this was still part of Asen Alcibiades' allotment. The Duke owned not only a luxurious palace, but also vast land holdings, including this area. This information about the size of the territory surprised the girl quite a bit. After all, the carriage ride took several hours, but they still did not leave the domain of the god of war. Then the heroine realizes that this entire expanse of land, including the beautiful green valley, is technically also her home, since she is now the legitimate offspring of the feudal lord. Here, Ihin, a young excellent student, appears on the scene and undertakes to teach the protagonist everything that an aristocrat's daughter should know. And he also leads a luxurious white horse by the bridle. Seeing the young student, the guy smiled sunny and greeted her, as if not a day had passed since their last meeting, but at least several months. Not knowing exactly whether the girl was ready for the upcoming classes, Ihin clarified that today, instead of learning literacy history or other similar sciences, they would have horse riding lessons. The main character agreed, but hid behind Mikhail, because one look at the horse, which was huge in comparison to her, was enough to make the little girl shudder. The jumper did not show any aggression towards those around him, only snorted quietly and periodically shook his head. But Adele's zoophobia was so ingrained in her mind that she could not remain calm. Aiken quickly noticed that the young duchess had suddenly begun to panic, and he was very embarrassed. The young man did not expect such a reaction to a beautiful thoroughbred stallion, and the protagonist's eyes were already filled with tears, but she still managed to somehow suppress the trembling in her voice and asked to bring a smaller horse instead of this giant. At the same time, the little girl grabbed Mikhail's clothes with all her might, and the fair-haired knight looked at this with some surprise, also not understanding the reason for such a sharp reaction. To Battenberg's credit, he tried to take control of the situation, in particular by remembering that the Duke's stables contained ponies in addition to the usual horses. But Ihin took the student's fear for a common fear of falling, so he tried to challenge this idea, explaining that the white horse is very obedient and will never harm its rider. In response, the main character again tried to hide behind the bodyguard's legs and barely audibly squeaked that she did not want to ride this horse. Mikhail, seeing that his charge was one step away from a nervous breakdown, turned an almost pleading look at the student and repeated that it would be better for them to look for a smaller specimen in the stables. Only now did the young mentor realize how serious the situation was, sighed wearily, and agreed to go and look for a pony small enough for the child. Some time passed. The sun rose higher, marking the end of the morning and the beginning of the day, and the red-haired student brought another horse, much smaller, red and white in color. But things didn't get any better at all. The protagonist continued to tremble and quietly cry from fear, which puzzled even the usually cold-blooded Mikhail. Ekin tried to explain that he had found the smallest inhabitant of the ducal stables belonging to the shortest breed, and that he too was well trained. But the main character was not convinced, Such psychological trauma could not be overcome by ordinary conversation, and the little girl desperately did not even want to look at the four-legged creature. The student, still not fully understanding how serious the situation was, smiled awkwardly and asked directly what was going on. After all, Adele had previously approached all her lessons with enthusiasm. Only now, wiping away the tears streaming down her face, the protagonist admitted that she finds animals very scary. She thinks they will all be ready to eat her. The men reacted to this in different ways. Ekin asked again what she meant. Battenberg stared at the young Duchess with slight shock, and Fabian noted with even greater surprise and awkwardness that the mentor had brought the student to tears. The surprise of those around her was understandable. They were all high-born and had been accustomed to interacting with horses since early childhood. But in the eyes of the poor girl, all animals and birds were terrible man-eaters. And the poor thing began to have a real panic attack because of the need to ride horses, and the teacher, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily assured that everything the lesson was over. Trying not to lose his own head in fear of the Duke's wrath, Ekin hastened to apologize for his stupidity and promised that it would not happen again. Fortunately for him, the news that there would be no classes with animals had a calming effect on Adele Alcibiades. She stopped crying and gradually began to pull herself together. But such an incident deserved the attention of adults. Looking at the child with sincere sympathy, Battenberg warned that he and Ekin would step away for a moment to talk. The protagonist let the guard go without any problems, found a secluded place, and sat down to rest sadly, thinking about why this particular lesson turned out to be the most important one of all. Meanwhile, the men were arguing about something. In their conversations, one could discern a mention of the ill-fated prophecy and the fear that 1 month would not be enough to prepare. Young Alcibiades, starting to cry quietly again, tried to convince herself that riding the mysterious Shinsu was a very important job for the chosen one. But it didn't work out well. Suddenly, a completely new character appeared on the stage. A man approached Adele from behind and asked if the guys talking in the distance had really brought her to tears. The protagonist turned around sharply to see the stranger and saw not an adult, but a teenage boy with very unusual silver hair and dark eyes. The young man asked if he could help the girl in any way, but the heroine lost her power of speech for a few seconds. So beautiful did the fair-haired stranger seem to her. Although people with brightly colored hair were not something strange in this world, Adele had still never seen someone so beautiful before, and besides, she was curious about what this boy was doing in Alcibiades' domain. He was dressed inconspicuously enough that the bodyguards, if they had been there, would have mistaken the teenager for a thief. But fortunately, the men continued their conversation, and the air fairy who appeared for a moment advised the aristocrat to trust the stranger. The protagonist was used to trusting the opinion of her supernatural friend, and besides, the fair-haired teenager was so attractive that she desperately did not want to think badly about him. Eventually, Duke Azen's adopted daughter asked how the boy could help her, and the latter calmly replied that he could do so in any way he could. Meanwhile, the adults continued to talk among themselves and became so carried away by the argument that Michael and Fabian forgot about the need to constantly keep an eye on the young lady. Of course, no one had yet taken the unfortunate pony to the stable, and he was peacefully grazing in the nearest meadow. But the memories of this harmless animal made the girl cry. Her zoophobia began to rear its head again. So Adele extended her hand and asked the boy to save her, without regard for the fact that he might be a criminal. So strong was her fear of four-legged and feathered creatures. The teenager responded by taking the girl's hand and squeezing it tightly. Not enough to hurt, but with enough force to instill a feeling of confidence and security. Then the young man helped the shorter protagonist to rise on her wobbly legs, weakened by fear and sitting for a long time, and asked her not to worry. After some time, the bodyguards finally realized that they had forgotten about their direct responsibilities, saw that their charge was nowhere to be found, and went looking for her. Mikhail and Fabian walked through the grove and shouted loudly, hoping that the little girl would respond at some point and come out to meet them. But so far their efforts remained fruitless. Adele herself was walking along some forest path, holding hands with her new acquaintance. She understood in her mind that the servants were worried and were probably running off their feet looking for her, but she didn't want to return to them yet. The boy walked ahead confidently, leading his companion to some place, and the protagonist only now remembered Ekin's warning. There are many people who would gladly get rid of the chosen child. On the other hand, the spirit of the air quickly warned that this particular boy could be safely trusted, so the main character was at a loss from the emotions and doubts that were tearing her apart. Meanwhile, the sun continued its journey across the sky. Its rays played on the green leaves, turning an ordinary grove into a semblance of a beautiful heavenly garden. The children finally stopped. They had been walking for so long that the young Duchess was almost falling off her feet from fatigue. But her companion looked just as cheerful and calm. The girl put her hand to her chest and began breathing very loudly, trying to somehow regain her stamina. And then the teenager put his finger to his lips, calling for silence. From this simple gesture, in essence, Adele Alcibiades blushed deeply again. She began to fall in love with this boy. She could not tear her eyes away from his beautiful face. Without even noticing it, the young aristocrat squeezed her new acquaintance's hand as hard as she could, as if silently asking him to never let her go. It only lasted a few seconds, but to the protagonist, they might have seemed like an eternity, because in those moments, there was only her and the new mysterious friend. But in the end, the main character managed to take control of her emotions and calmly began to ask the young man who he was. In particular, she asked if he was a servant. Someone else might have considered such a question strange, but from the Duchess's point of view, it was natural. She had heard that the estate was served by descendants of noble families and not commoners. Moreover, the mysterious boy in general did not resemble an ordinary person in any way. There was something in his behavior that evoked associations with high society. The teenager himself thoughtfully extended the word servant, as if tasting it, and then asked a question in return. Why did the main character only now deign to ask him? The protagonist quickly notes to herself that the young man did not answer her question with a direct refusal. That is, he did not deny that he might serve some lord or noblewoman. Then it dawned on Adele that she had been holding the hand of her new acquaintance all this time, and she immediately hurried to let go, feeling terribly awkward. Feeling her cheeks turn red and glow like fire, the former orphan noted that the boy's hand was warm, even through the glove, and then asked his name. The silver-haired teenager, unlike her, remained icy calm, as if nothing in the world worried him, but he still answered the question. His name was Kahan. The young Duchess Alcibiades repeated this unusual name in her mind. For some reason, it sounded very familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere, but where? Unknown. A couple of seconds passed, and then the teenager turned back to his companion. Although he still looked deeply indifferent to his surroundings, the boy graciously allowed her to informally call him Khan. Adele thought that this name was also very beautiful, befitting its bearer. And then the children slowly wandered along the path, each thinking about something of their own. For a while, Kahan was silent, either allowing the protagonist to get used to his presence or calculating something in his mind. But then he asked why she was crying. The main character was embarrassed again, realizing that she had actually cried when they met, because of the thought that in the future she would still have to ride those scary horses. To the girl's credit, she didn't lie and honestly told it like it is. They tried to teach her to ride a horse so that in the future the chosen one could ride Shinsu. But she is very afraid of animals and does not understand that this is a mysterious animal or deity that everyone talks about. In addition, because Adele did not understand things that were taken for granted by adult aristocrats, servants, and knights, she felt very stupid and was afraid that a month would not be enough to master all the intricacies. It was simply painful for her to hear that such a short time was allotted for such important matters. And no one even tried to explain what would happen after that. Because of these annoying omissions, the main character once even overheard a conversation with her adoptive father. She understood that it was bad, but she couldn't do anything about it. Too often she heard that damned word, month, as if it were the name of some terrible disease or the remaining term of a death sentence. Kahan remained outwardly calm, but some of Alcibiades' worries were passed on to him. He noticed with slight alarm that his new acquaintance was afraid of the future. Having made some conclusions about himself, the boy with silver hair turned an attentive gaze to the protagonist and asked if there were any other reasons for worry. Even though they had known each other for no more than half an hour, Adele was ready to pour out to Khan everything that had accumulated in her soul. In particular, the fear that one day the pleasant days would end as suddenly as they had begun. She was thrown into a panic by the thought that her new family and friends, her adoptive father, her faithful Mikhail, and even Serena, all of them would at some point abandon her as if she were a damaged object. And besides, the poor heroine's psyche was weighed down by complexes. She wasn't sure that she deserved such a happy fate, and this also caused discomfort. After hearing all this, Khan reacted in an unusual way. He let out a relaxed breath and replied that they still have to explain everything, as if it was about some kind of misunderstanding. Before the protagonist could ask what all this meant, the boy calmly assured her that such fears were completely unfounded. He also knew the details of this situation. And after that, Adele realized with a slight shock that she had blurted out absolutely everything about herself to some stranger just because he was polite and handsome, despite the fact that the teenager had said almost nothing about himself. However, the Duke's adopted daughter did not make a scene or interrogate her with prejudice. She only calmly thanked Kahan for agreeing to listen. The young man replied that everything was fine, but then made a strange comment. From his point of view, the protagonist did not really suit the role of a noble lady. This made the main character once again stare in mute amazement, and even pressed her lips together, as if someone had suddenly thrown a terrible insult in her face. Adele jumped up and down with excitement, and waved her arms in an attempt to prove to Khan that everything was fine. The people around her treated her well, so he was wrong to think so badly. As very important arguments, for example, Alcibiades mentioned that she is given a lot of sweets as food, and when she goes swimming, rose petals are thrown into the water. Finally, the little girl uses her invincible trump card. She mentions that he, that is Duke Eisen Alcibiades himself, once gently stroked her head. And then, in order not to leave her interlocutor even a ghost of a chance, the girl admits that she really likes communicating with her personal maid and bodyguards. They are wonderful people. But Kahan was not impressed by such a storm of words. He calmly reminded her that those same guards had irresponsibly left her alone, neglecting their duty. But then the teenager admits that he approached her, took her by the hand, and led her to an unknown place. And for the first time, the young man's face became embarrassed from the realization of his own guilt. Another second, and the young man finally realizes that he could have foolishly inflicted a terrible insult on another aristocrat by taking his daughter away without warning and frightening the guards. This scared the previously ice-cold Khan so much that he retreated, and the protagonist worriedly asked her new acquaintance where he was going. Trying unsuccessfully to keep a calm expression, the boy warned that he had important things to do, and that it would be better for the main character to return. Adele was even offended by this turn of events. First, this mysterious handsome man promises that he will save her from sorrows and worries, takes her to a mysterious place, and now wants to slip away into the bushes. Naturally, she was not going to let him run away so quickly. and leave her. The aristocrat literally clung to Kahan's hand, begging him not to leave. The protagonist closed her eyes tightly and blushed. She understood that if she returned now, she would most likely get off with a reprimand. But on the other hand, she had just made a new friend. She desperately wanted to hang out with the guy for a little longer, even if it would ultimately lead to a serious beating. And the young man himself looked at the girl clinging to him with surprise and awkwardness. In the end, Khan asked into the void what he should do with this situation. After all, a teenager couldn't just tear away a child who trusted him and then abandon the little girl in an unknown thicket. Looking into his dark but piercing eyes, Adele admitted that she would like to know his story. After all, she had told most of hers when she listed her phobias. The teenager kept his attentive gaze on her, and from his now calm face, it was difficult to understand what exactly the little aristocrat was thinking about. But in the end, the gray-haired young man gave in. Wearily closing his eyes, he admitted that he wasn't living like a king either. The adults were planning to marry him off, not really caring about his opinion. Of course, marriages of convenience have been natural for aristocrats all over the world for thousands of years. But now their country is mired in war, and the bride promises to be more than just a noble woman. Adele listened to this short story as if enchanted. She was unable to take her eyes off the shining blue eyes, and only quietly muttered the word, wedding. Kahan mercilessly reminded that his new acquaintance, as the daughter of a noble family, would one day also have to marry someone chosen by her parents, and not according to the desires of her heart. And this reminder, as expected, did not please the protagonist. She sadly bowed her head and quietly admitted that she would prefer to live peacefully with her father. The young man snorted quietly in response and reproached the main character for speaking like a child. Although he himself had only recently entered the teenage phase of life, but already looked at the world more soberly. However, Adele Alcibiades was not offended by such a remark. She calmly turned to her interlocutor and admitted that yes, she was a child. But so was he. The Khan said nothing, but was noticeably embarrassed. At 12 years old, he could not claim the status of an adult. And then the Duchess added to her wish she would like to get closer to her adoptive parent to get to know him as a person. They had known each other for only a few days, but nevertheless the protagonist had no idea what kind of person her father Eisen was, what he loved, what he lived and breathed, and she still couldn't get the mysterious name from the scarf out of her head, Biasirta. Oddly enough, Kahan recognized him immediately. He stared at the young aristocrat, as if he was seeing her for the first time in his life, and slowly repeated this mysterious name. The main character explained that she saw this name on a scarf that her adopted father once gave her, and it immediately stuck in her memory due to various assumptions. The boy put his hand to his chin and thought hard. Apparently, he knew a lot not only about Adele's future fate, but also about the man who bore that name. The teenager's already dark eyes became even more gloomy, as if there was some bad story hidden behind that word that he didn't really want to talk about. In the end, Kahan decided to simply shift this choice onto the shoulders of the younger Alcibiades. He turned to her and directly asked if she wanted to hear this secret. The former orphan was very inspired, realizing that she could finally get an answer to at least one question that was tormenting her. But first, she clarified whether Kane had really heard of Bisirt. The young man responded vaguely that he could show her something. Obviously, he was not the kind of person who liked to explain something at length when he could just do it. But if the teenager was counting on a refusal, he was wrong. The protagonist became even happier, and even something changed in the atmosphere. As if little stars lit up around her. The girl took the boy by the hand, looked into his eyes pleadingly, and asked him to finally show her. So the young nobleman had no other choice. It is possible that the man with this name has nothing to do with the mysterious prophecy and the fate of the chosen child. But he meant something to the elder Alcibiades, and for that reason alone was of interest to the little girl. And in order to cut off even hypothetical attempts To refuse, the main character resorted to the classic question, "We are friends, aren't we?" thereby putting Khan in an awkward position. However, the platinum blonde turned out to be a tough nut to crack. He repeated the word, "friends," with a slightly ironic grin, clearly intending to remind her that he had known Adele for a maximum of half an hour. But the protagonist responded by making her eyes even bigger and cuter, like a puppy begging for treats, and nodded, repeating that, yes, they were friends. After that, the pink-haired girl remembered Madeline, her closest friend in the orphanage. She always said that age does not matter in friendship, and she herself was 1 year older than the future Duchess. The boy, with an exaggeratedly thoughtful look, said, "Friends speak," and looked away, as if he was still hesitating, unable to make such a difficult choice. But the answer was actually obvious. After casting another thoughtful glance at the young aristocrat, the silver-haired youth agreed to fulfill her request. The action moves forward a little while, after which the readers are shown a mysterious building. Despite the fact that it stood in the middle of a forest, the walls and glass were as good as new, even shimmering in the sun. Looking at such beauty standing in a remote corner of the ducal domain, Adele involuntarily opened her mouth. It looked fantastic and made her remember the colossal size of Eisen's palace. With slight excitement, the protagonist thought that she increasingly felt like not a real person, but the heroine of some fairy tale, like those she had heard in the past. The first thing that comes to her mind is a particularly iconic story about a brave knight who slew a terrible dragon and thereby saved a princess imprisoned in a tower. Beacerta, whoever he or she is like that princess imprisoned in the forest tower. Kahan plays the role of a warrior, and Adele herself is a priestess and sorceress, blessing the champion. But these reflections were interrupted in the most trivial way. The sun, having reached its zenith, was scorching with such force as if it was going to turn all living things into a side dish. The strong and lightly dressed teenager held up relatively well, but the main character, who had never done any exercise before and was wrapped in a riding suit, felt ill. Eventually, the girl couldn't take it anymore and called out to Khan. She was too hot to go any further, and she wanted to ask her companion for a rest or help. Looking at his calm and confident face, the girl herself noted that the boy looked very good for such weather, unlike herself, ready to boil in her suit. Kahan did not console the protagonist or wait for her to regain her strength. He simply said that there was very little time left until the destination, so she could be patient. The main character was so surprised that she even forgot about the sweltering heat and fatigue. She had already mentally prepared herself for the fact that she would have to walk for hours, and then this news came. The young nobleman pointed at a beautiful white-walled building, which looked as if some giant had taken it from a bustling city and placed it in the thicket as a joke. According to the young man, it was there that Adele Alcibiades could find answers to her questions. But besides this, the house had a somewhat sacred status, for it was called the Blessing of Shinsu. The girl repeated this name in her mind, and then for some time, she and Khan silently looked at the magnificent architectural structure in which it would not be shameful for an emperor to live. Up close, the mysterious building looked even more beautiful than from afar, thanks to the exquisite carvings on the walls, as well as the snow-white statue of a mighty lion. But strangely enough, there was no one alive nearby except the heroes. However, Kahan clearly did not consider the area dangerous, so he advised his companion to simply walk up and open the door so they could go inside. The protagonist did not fulfill this request immediately. For the first moments, she continued to silently look at the mysterious building, increasingly feeling the unreality of what was happening. But in the end, the young Duchess took a timid step forward, as if at any moment a nightmare dragon could jump out from around the corner and quickly devour both children. The aforementioned lion sculpture added a special tension to the already tense atmosphere. Adele felt as if the statue was watching her every step. Perhaps this was due to the youngest Alcibiades' long-standing zoophobia and the stone cat's excessive realism. But in any case, the little girl never took her eyes off him. Having reached the door, the protagonist carefully pulled the handle towards herself, expecting resistance from the lock, and was surprised to realize that the passage was completely free. With a barely audible creak, the huge luxurious door opened silently, inviting anyone who had such a desire to enter the mysterious mansion. The adopted daughter of Duke Eisen took the first timid step inside, and then froze her mouth wide open because of the shocking picture that opened before her. It was a gigantic portrait hanging on the opposite wall. It depicted a seated, beautiful, angelic, fair-haired woman and a young brunette bending over her in a timid bow. The strange house looked just as attractive inside as it did outside, but the picture of the happy young people was so large that it immediately attracted attention. In the young man, the main character recognized her adopted parent. He was younger and had a different hairstyle, but what was much more surprising was that the cold and aloof Duke smiled happily and tenderly, covering his scarlet eyes. Unlike him, the seated blonde looked straight at the audience. But it was also clear from her that the girl was no less happy than her gentleman. The protagonist had no idea who this woman was or how the future god of war was connected to her, but she couldn't help but admit that they looked great together. This portrait literally radiated happiness and love. It seemed that after looking at it, no one could doubt that only a prosperous future awaited the people depicted. For some time, Adele Alcibiades looked at the faces of the people depicted in the painting, unable to tear her eyes away from their joy, until she noticed one important detail. In the lower right corner of the portrait were written the names of the characters, and the main character was right. The brunette was the younger Eisen, and the blonde was Beacerta. The girl repeated the name out loud, as if trying to taste it. Now she knew what the mysterious girl looked like, whom the Duke had not forgotten, even after years. The blonde didn't seem like a stereotypical spoiled aristocrat who believed that everyone owed her something. On the contrary, the girl's gaze radiated genuine warmth. Perhaps Adele still didn't understand much about this life, but now she could swear her adoptive parent and this woman adored each other. Even through the portrait, it was felt. If she were more spoiled, she might have been upset that her father showed signs of love to someone else. But the protagonist was not spoiled by a life of luxury and attention. She was sincerely glad that Eisen was not always alone. Kahan approached from behind, very quietly. The young man, unlike the girl, did not change his expression, but he also stared at the beautiful portrait with curiosity. A few seconds later, the young duchess turned to her newfound friend. She really wanted to ask the teenager one more important question. The boy looked back and asked what she needed to know. Despite his young age, he controlled his emotions and facial expressions very well, which made it difficult to understand what Han was thinking. The question, however, did not seem to be about him at all. In fact, the protagonist wanted to know why this mysterious forest mansion was called Shinsu's Blessing. The young nobleman looked closely at the curious girl, then turned his gaze back to the painting and confessed Shinsu loved the first duke even more than the emperor. In the days of the empire's founding, its ruler was supposed to receive a special blessing from the winged lion, but instead he chose to bestow it on a nobleman with black hair and scarlet eyes. Perhaps this creature was not a true deity, but its power was still so great that the blessed places did not require protection. Then the Duke himself and those who act as his successors can open the dragon's blessing. Everyone else, including the ruling family, can only bite their elbows. The protagonist, however, did not miss the inconsistency. She is the adopted daughter of Alcibiades, but is not related to him by blood. Yet she easily entered this estate. But the explanation turned out to be simple. The chosen child is capable of getting to any place within the empire if he wishes, even if Shinsu himself took him under his protection. Khan explained to his new friend that she might be afraid of animals, but she had nothing to fear from this supernatural lion. With wings, he would not cause any harm. Then the main character timidly asked whether the reason for her inviolability was that she was the chosen one of this mysterious prophecy. The gray-haired teenager confirmed that this was indeed the case, but in such a casual tone, as if he were explaining to a child that one should not stick one's fingers into the fire because it was hot. This made Adele remember once again what the adults had told her. The chosen one is capable of stopping wars and subjugating Shinsu, and from this follows the conclusion that she really needs to be able to find an approach to animals. From such a difficult choice, the girl's lips began to tremble again, and her eyes began to shine as if she was about to burst into tears again from fear of the animals. Kahan looked away and thoughtfully scratched his head, deciding what else he could tell the heroine in such a situation, before finally speaking slowly. The young man leaned forward so that the protagonist could now only look at his back and calmly explained that no one was going to abandon Adele Alcibiades. What he meant was that Duke Aeson would never do something so stupid, even if he wanted to. The imperial family would never allow the destined child to be thrown to the side of the road. Therefore, all the main character's fears of ruined happiness and returning to a dismal orphanage were completely groundless. This will never happen. No matter how fate turned out, no matter what shocks awaited the characters in the future, Khan could guarantee one thing for sure: the baby would forever remain the daughter of Alcibiades. Throughout this short speech, the pink-haired aristocrat did not take her eyes off the fair-haired boy, and from such close attention, he again felt uncomfortable. To distract himself, the teenager scratched his head again, but to no avail. Adele continued to stare straight at him, and then Kahan asked with irritation if she had started crying again. The protagonist tried to assure him with a trembling voice that no, she was not going to cry, but at the same time, streams of tears were flowing from her eyes, and her face was flushed. She looked at her new friend so intently, as if she was trying to burn a hole in him, or desperately needed some new revelation that would comfort her. In the end, the former orphan couldn't take it anymore. She lowered her heavy head and began to whine quietly, allowing the accumulated emotions to spill out. Khan, watching this with a stony face, stated, "What a crybaby," because during their short acquaintance, Adele managed to burst into tears 3 times. This time, however, the reason for crying was not so sad. The main character simply could not cope with the information that there would never be a return to the orphanage. From the very first day, she hoped that one of the adults would tell her these words. But no, he continued to remain silent and make a mysterious face, and only the young man had enough decency to calm the little girl down. Finally realizing that her reaction could be misunderstood, the protagonist tried to assure Kahan that she should not be consoled. She was crying with joy. In response, the teenager, with disconcerting directness and indifference, declares that he had no intention of reassuring the main character, and that she need not have been afraid of that. But then the boy advises her to cry her heart out, without holding back, thereby making it clear that he is not heartless. He simply quickly recognized the true emotions of his interlocutor. Adele Alcibiades looked down and repeated to herself again. She would never return to the orphanage and would be able to call Duke Eisen her father without fear. Someone else would have danced and screamed with joy, but the protagonist remembered that she had a few friends left in the orphanage, and if everything turned out this way, did it mean that they would never see each other again? The former orphan especially singled out Madeline in her thoughts. The brunette had recently been the closest and dearest person to her, and parting with her was especially painful. To somehow soften the unpleasant emotions, the girl reminded herself that she and Madeline were still best friends, so the latter would never be offended. The Khan watched this for a moment in silence, but then he sighed softly and turned to the painting on the wall. He noticed that there were no other works of art like it anywhere else in the empire. He himself learned about it from a description received from rumors circulating everywhere. But he sees it with his own eyes, for the first time having set foot in this house thanks to Adele's powers. By this point, the pink-haired baby had stopped crying and had completely pulled herself together. and the first thing she decided to do was find out where this mysterious Beasirti was now. The answer from the new friend was, to put it mildly, discouraging. He told the chosen one that the blonde was cursed and also walled up in a block of magical ice. She still rests, neither alive nor dead, in an enchanted prison that no one has managed to destroy. And what's most terrible is that this tragedy happened just a week before her wedding with Aizen. Looking closely at the image, Kahan suggests out loud that if events had taken a completely different course, it is quite possible that Beasirta would have been Adele's biological mother. This thought pierced the main character like lightning. She had never seen her parents, and her entire conscious life had been spent in a poor orphanage. The teenager admitted that the blonde would never return to life unless some miracle happened, and then cast an eloquent glance at the chosen protagonist. The young aristocrat looked at the portrait again. Now that she knew the woman's sad fate, it no longer seemed so joyful, but at the same time she wondered what was the cause of the terrible conflict. Meanwhile, the day had already begun to set, once again, painting the skies a red-orange color, but no one was going to rest in Alcibiades' castle. There was a real commotion there due to the absence of the mistress. Mikhail and Fabian stood with their heads bowed before the main castle servants. They understood perfectly well that they themselves had made a mistake by leaving their ward unattended, and they did not try to justify themselves. Serena, too, was beside herself with worry. Over the past few days, she'd grown attached to the former orphan, as if she were a younger sister or even a daughter. Ihin was also present, and he considered himself the cause of the tragedy. The disappearance happened after an unsuccessful lesson, and he did not think that the student could be afraid of animals. Finally, Battenberg decided to break the silence. The fair-haired knight closed his eyes and bowed his head humbly, asking for forgiveness on behalf of the entire team. But the head maid only grimaced in irritation and straightened her graying hair. An apology would not help the matter, but it was absolutely necessary to find Adele. Tara Chopin and Plut stood at a distance. Although the disappearance of the Duchess did not occur during their shift, they were still on pins and needles, out of fear for the protagonist's health. It would seem that the already tense situation simply could not get any worse. But at some point, the luxurious door of the estate opened with such force as if they wanted to knock it down with a battering ram. Mikhail cast a careful glance with his violet eyes to the side. He immediately understood that only one person in the whole wide world could have burst into the palace in such a way. All the servants, including the knights, froze as if from the cold. Duke Aizen. Alcibiades himself entered the hall, and he demanded that those around him find his daughter. The aristocrat did not shout, stamp his feet, or attack the offending servants with his fists, but he measured them with such a fierce and cold gaze that it was even more frightening. Meanwhile, inside the forest mansion, the children continued to talk about the sad fate of Beasirta. In particular, Adele thoughtfully repeated the words about the miracle. She was a legendary child from a prophecy who could somehow perform various miracles, which meant there was still a chance to bring the blonde back to life. Khan did not answer unequivocally, but once again looked at his interlocutor with a very tenacious and attentive gaze, and then drawled, "Perhaps?" Meanwhile, the protagonist couldn't get the thought out of her head that Beasirta could become her mother. A complete family was her most cherished dream. Seeing that the girl was immersed in thoughts and fantasies, the young man decided to interrupt her and add the circumstances of the tragedy, in particular specifying that everything happened during the war. This incident greatly damaged the relationship between Aizen and the imperial clan. Although the Duke tried to act respectfully, there was no talk of any warm feelings. The main character notices that Kahan said stronger, and the boy admitted that yes, the relationship between the aristocrat and the royal family had been bad long before that. The young aristocrat thinks hard and remembers that her adoptive parents' servants did not speak very flatteringly of the sovereign and his relatives. For example, they openly scolded them for the decision to force a daughter on Aizen, depriving him of the opportunity to marry. Before continuing the explanation, the teenager decides to tell his interlocutor about an ancient legend about the founding of the state. It was about Shinsu, the first emperor and the first duke, and that ancient event became the root cause of the feud between the two families. The divine-winged lion patron of the state chose as his mortal confidant not the young ruler, but the ancestor of the Alcibiades, which greatly offended the first Hesfield. He literally burned with envy and resentment. Reflecting on this tale, the usually calm and serious Kahane giggles and notes with irony that the background of the ancient myth is the same as that of a banal love triangle. And indeed, the ancient emperor and duke were like two men competing for the attention of one girl, and when the latter chose one, the other did not accept it with dignity, but made a scene with abuse. Unfortunately, Adele Alcibiades was still too young and naive, so she did not understand almost anything of what Cain told her, putting the young man in an awkward position. The teenager decided not to go into explanations, but simply said that with time, the main character herself would understand what he was talking about. It was enough to just wait a few years. The little girl was not happy with this option. She was clearly tired of everyone around her knowing something like this, but refusing to explain, referring to the future. So she imploringly asked her new acquaintance to tell her everything now. But the young man still stood his ground. He said that the protagonist had enough of the fact that her would-be parent was cursed with imprisonment in the ice. And to make sure the girl didn't have a new desire to argue, Kahan cast a casual glance at her with his dark gray eyes and repeated that this knowledge was enough. Adele became nervous and adjusted her riding suit. She admittedly already knew about Beacerta's grave condition, but how could she help her with her release? Without coming to any useful conclusions, the little girl sadly noted that it must have been very difficult for her father to go through something like this and be left alone. She supposes that this is why he has not found himself a new wife. Her conclusion turned out to be very simple, but in its own way, extremely cruel. In Eisen's eyes, no one could compare with the blonde girl he fell in love with her for life. The silver-haired boy confirmed that this was indeed the case, and although he appeared as calm as usual on the outside, only Shinsu could know what was really going on inside his soul. And the protagonist again thought about the information that had fallen on her, but very quickly came to a clear decision. She wants to save the woman whom she already called her mother, even though she is still very small and weak, not much different from an ordinary 10-year-old girl. She really wants her father to also find a happy ending. And besides, Adele herself would very much like to live in a complete family, with a caring father and a loving mother, and not just under the care of a lonely aristocrat. Without addressing anyone in particular in her thoughts, the main character asked, she just wants everything to be good for everyone. Is this really such a difficult request? Kahan silently watched his new acquaintance's emotional turmoil for some time. The insightful boy understood perfectly well what she was thinking, and eventually admitted that he understood these emotions. Meanwhile, the protagonist's inner voice critically reminded her that if it were possible, Aizen would have pulled his beloved out of the ice block long ago, and since he, one of the greatest people in the whole wide world, could not do it, then Adele's chances were even more slim. The little girl couldn't cover such an argument, even with the status of the chosen one. She sadly realized that even miracles, it seems, may have limits to what is possible. Khan, seeing that the main character was ready to lose heart without even starting the fight, hastened to note, yes, he said that a miracle could save Beacerta, but he did not say that it was absolutely impossible. This simple phrase became something like a switch, changing the darkness to bright light. The younger Alcibiades quickly forgot about her worries and looked at her interlocutor with hope. It took the girl a few moments to realize the full meaning of the platinum blonde's words, and then she even screamed out of emotion, asking if there was a way to save herself. The young aristocrat responded by recalling an ancient proverb that is still used by the Hesfields. The child of prophecy is blessed by God. In simpler terms, Khan reminded his new friend that she was the chosen one of higher powers, so nothing was impossible for her, unlike ordinary people. The girl was very surprised. She had heard many times how others spoke of her with respect and even awe, but she still could not get used to the idea that she was a messiah for those around her. She repeated with shock the young man's words, that there were no barriers or prohibitions for her, and the boy interrupted her, repeating that yes, the chosen one can do anything. After this, the teenager cryptically explains that an ordinary person being trapped in ice will inevitably die. But with Shinsu, everything is different, and only the destined child will be able to ride him. If Adele Alcibiades could find this mysterious creature and persuade it to help free Beasirti, then a happy ending would be guaranteed. The protagonist slowly and with surprise realized that only she was capable of saving her supposed adoptive mother. It was useless to count on all other people. Previously, she might have burst into tears from fear of failing the mission, letting down Aizen Kahan and the others. But now the little girl only puffed out her cheeks belligerently, demonstrating that she was no longer going to be afraid of responsibility. Clenching her hands into fists and looking straight into the dark eyes of the teenager, the main character made an oath. No matter what it took, she would begin to train and study hard. She remembered Serena's words, who claimed that horse riding was the most important stage of training, and agreed with this statement. After all, practice would help save the girl from the witch's prison. Having calmed down a little, Adele already explained to Khan, in a friendly manner, that in his company she felt as if she could move mountains. And it was simply incredible. Not a single muscle moved on the fair-haired boy's face, but he blushed deeply. No matter how hard the teenager tried to hide his feelings, he really liked the little girl's praise. Unable to bear the embarrassment, he looked away for the first time and snorted quietly, but then admitted that the main character was right, meaning that she was capable of reaching for the stars. Suddenly, an air spirit materialized nearby, resembling an ephemeral tiny fairy. She sarcastically chirped, "Con, con, con," making him even more embarrassed. After this, the wind elemental flew up to the protagonist, and she smiled warmly, greeting her old friend who had encouraged her during the difficult hours of her life. They hadn't seen each other for a few hours, not since the fairy had warned the former orphan that Kahan was trustworthy, but they still hugged happily and laughed as if they hadn't seen each other in years. Meanwhile, the blonde boy watched the tomfoolery with interest, and eventually he asked Adele whether this creature was really a spirit. The main character simply answers, yes. Because of the difference in size, the air creature could not fully embrace her, so it happily rubbed against her cheek. The blonde lets out a thoughtful hum, then wonders out loud if Adele has mastered the ring spell yet, clearly implying that it is not the easiest of charms. But for the protagonist, this name was an empty sound. As a former orphan, she had very fragmentary knowledge in the field of witchcraft. As in many other sciences, she explains to her friend that she does not use spells. The elemental spirits simply appear and disappear whenever they wish without the slightest coercion on her part. After this, the younger Alcibiades happily explains to Kahan that supernatural beings also love him. Like, for example, this tiny green fairy. The teenager leans down to take a closer look at the ephemeral creature and thoughtfully admits that he would never have thought of such a thing. And the wind spirit happily flew up to meet him. The main character hastened to assure the boy that everything was so. She even admitted that it was the supernatural creatures who convinced her to trust him when they first met. Khan, trying to keep his cool, clarified whether the incarnations of the elements really said such a thing, and again blushed deeply with pleasure and embarrassment. The little girl nods very seriously. This was an extremely important topic, and Adele would not joke like that about a person she felt sympathy for. For a few seconds, the young man simply looked at his interlocutor, and then his mask of indifference cracked. He felt terrible awkwardness and even stiffness, trying to change the subject that was unpleasant to him. Khan recalls that Duke Aizen's servants were most likely running around trying to find their little mistress. But the protagonist interpreted the hint in her own way. She was worried about her new friend and was afraid that something bad might happen to him because of this long walk. The boy, having regained his composure, assured his chosen one that everything would be fine with him. It would be better if she worried about herself because her father could inflict terrible punishment on her. Thinking about this, Han chuckled into his fist and then extended his graceful hand to the main character, like a gentleman offering help to a noble lady. Although the age difference between them was only 2 years, the boy was a head taller than the girl, and the latter was so surprised by such an unusual gesture that she did not immediately react. The blonde teenager, however, did not have any particular goals in mind. He simply invited Adele Alcibiades to walk a little longer, realizing that they would soon have to part. The action again moved some time into the future, when the skies turned red due to the onset of sunset. Somewhere in the forest, Kahan drew a magic circle under a tree and assured his friend that if she waited for her parent here, he would definitely find her. But the young man strictly warned her that if the girl left the designated area, Aizen would definitely not be able to find her soon, and she would get lost in the thicket. Another person might not have believed in such strange rules and would have gone looking for a home in the usual way, but the protagonist was only concerned about one thing. Her beloved adoptive father would soon appear. In order to see the elder Alcibiades again, the girl was ready to sit inside the pentagram until the end of time. So she crossed the line without thinking and froze in the center of the circle. For the first time since they had met, Khan smiled sincerely and warmly. Adele entered the pentagram with such a determined and menacing look, as if she were a soldier ready to accept a hopeless battle. And it was impossible to watch such a spectacle with a serious face. But once she was in the middle of the magic seal, the little girl confessed to her new friend that she would like to walk with him some more. She sincerely enjoyed his company, even if from the outside they seemed like complete opposites. Kahan quickly regained his serious expression and assured the protagonist that she only needed to name the time of the upcoming meeting, and he would definitely show up. It almost sounded like an invitation to a date. Adele's heart began to beat much faster, and awkwardly flexing her fingers, she suggested seeing each other tomorrow morning, as soon as classes were over. The young man sternly notes that the main character needs to rest, but then asks if her room is on the 5th floor of a building that is the color of sea foam. Without waiting for an answer, Khan told the chosen little girl that all she had to do was leave the window open for a new friend to appear, and the setting sun, as if emphasizing the enchanting atmosphere of the situation, illuminated the teenager with light. The younger Alcibiades was terribly embarrassed and blushed at the sight of her inhumanly beautiful interlocutor. However, she managed to squeeze out a warning that the Duchess's chambers were guarded by knights. The blonde teenager already knew about this, and the presence of the guards did not bother him at all. For some reason, he considered himself much stronger than adults, trained in combat. If it had been anyone else in Adele's place, he might have laughed at the self-confident youth, but the girl immediately believed him and opened her mouth in shock at the realization that her new friend was even stronger than Mad Dog Mikhail. This made her look at the young mysterious nobleman with silver hair in a completely different way, and Khan himself was about to leave, but warned that they would see each other later. A few seconds passed, and the mysterious teenager disappeared into the wind, as if he were not a person, but a relative of the very spirits with whom the protagonist was accustomed to communicating. The main character had managed to get used to various oddities a little, but such a disappearance made even her surprised, as if there had never been anyone here besides her. The supernatural atmosphere of what was happening made the little girl remember how she saw spirits for the first time in her life, with whom she now communicates as with friends. It was long before her adoption by Duke Alcibiades, when Adele was still living in the orphanage, and she had an unusually bad day. She was told to wash a blanket which the little girl did, but it did not dry by the expected time. The girl was almost crying from fear that she would be punished for damaging property when something very strange happened. An incomprehensible creature appeared in front of her, resembling a lizard engulfed in flames. It was a salamander, an embodied essence of fire, and it looked very friendly. It smiled warmly at the protagonist and immediately asked if she needed help. The girl didn't have time to answer with consent or refusal when everything was already over. The blanket didn't burn from the touch of the fire elemental, but dried in a matter of seconds. The future chosen one was incredibly happy that everything had turned out so well. She took the lizard in her arms and smiled warmly at it, not knowing that this creature would often appear and help in the future. The spirit always behaved very nicely and kindly, but he had one condition. He wanted Adele not to tell anyone about his existence. This confused the little girl. Most likely in her mind, she was already imagining how she was introducing her human friends to a new acquaintance, and she risked asking, was it really impossible to say anything even to Madeline, her best friend? Alas, the fiery creature was adamant in this regard. So the protagonist had to keep her promise, and to this day, she has not revealed the existence of the salamander to anyone. With slight surprise, Adele Alcibiades realized that about 4 years had passed since then. She was then still a very small child, and of course, would never have guessed where fate would lead her. But then the main character thought about more important things. How did Karhan know so much information? For example, the location of her room, the presence of guards, and the appearance of the Duke's estate. After a long day filled with strong emotions, the chosen one began to feel very sleepy. Curled up on the ground, she managed to think that she missed her new friend before heading off to the kingdom of Morpheus. Some time passed, and it might have seemed that the little girl would sit in the forest until the next day, waiting for her adoptive father when the sound of footsteps was heard nearby. Despite the fact that the protagonist had managed to fall asleep, she immediately woke up and realized that someone was coming, but decided not to open her eyes first and wait to see what would happen. A man wearing blue pants stopped right in front of her, and he was so tall that a 10-year-old girl, even if she stood up, would have difficulty reaching the giant's knee. It was Duke Azan himself. After many hours of intense searching through the surrounding forests and fields, he finally found his adopted daughter and only exhaled tiredly, realizing that everything was fine. This quiet "ha" was enough for Adele to stop pretending and begin to open her eyes. Over the past few days, she had remembered the voice of the god of war so well that she would not have confused it with anything. The prolonged absence of his daughter had taken a toll on the usually cold-blooded and ruthless Alikiviade far more than anyone could have imagined. This usually brave and unstoppable man fell to his knees, thanking the higher powers for their mercy. The main character, finally opening her sapphire eyes, quietly called the nobleman Daddy. For the first time in the entire story, she allowed herself to address him so familiarly. She was still a little hesitant, but now, having taken a good look at the savior, she was absolutely certain that it was her father, even though he had taken off his usual uniform. The brunette, as before, looked calm, as if he was not bothered by anything that was happening nearby. But he continued to sit on his knees, and the protagonist felt a terrible desire to approach. It was beyond all strength to resist this impulse, and the younger Alcibiades literally collapsed into the arms of the elder, as if they had not seen each other for many months. The chosen one pressed herself against Aizen's strong and flat chest, with all her might, feeling how warm his body was, and thanks to this, she immediately felt much more serene. The man, on the other hand, was seriously surprised by such actions of the pink-haired little girl, and with uncharacteristic timidity, quietly called out her name. But Adele did not answer. She closed her eyes again and looked sound asleep, like a baby snuggled up to the body of a beloved parent in search of comfort and safety. The aristocrat and commander thought in surprise that he couldn't even be angry at his adopted daughter, and the heroine herself, who was not sleeping at all, decided in the future, when she established stronger ties with Aizen, to ask him to play with her. The protagonist again remembered her life in the orphanage, and specifically how she desperately envied those village children who were lucky enough to have a family. There was something about them that distinguished them from orphans. These babies were always pure, surrounded only by love and warmth. A very striking contrast to the atmosphere that had surrounded Adele in the past. One day, the main character observed a similar girl, the daughter of respectable and wealthy citizens, when she was selling bread on the street, and immediately realized that such lucky ones knew more, and they were taller thanks to good nutrition. But even this was not the worst and most offensive thing. The fact that loving parents were always ready to forgive their beloved children any misdeeds and sins. This same merchant's daughter then cast a look of contempt at the protagonist and her comrade in misfortune, and then snorted disgustingly and declared that they didn't even have parents. Fortunately, those dark days, full of pain, grief, and tears, are a thing of the past. Now Adele also has a loving father squeezing her in his arms, and he, without a moment's shame, admitted that he was very worried. The disappearance of the main character completely destroyed Aizen's cold-blooded, indifferent to everything mask. Tears almost ran from the red eyes of the aristocrat and military leader. Meanwhile, the younger Alcibiades was thinking. She was mentally preparing herself for the fact that one day she would be sent back to a joyless and depressing orphanage. But fortunately, she was wrong, and she incredibly enjoys hugging her adoptive parent. She even liked the fact that he was worried, no matter how selfish it sounded from the outside, because this was the best evidence that the nobleman saw the girl as a relative and not just a tool for intrigue. The pleasure of realizing someone else's love was so great that the protagonist admitted to herself that she no longer wanted to be a good child. Ideal, obedient, never bothering anyone. She would also really like for the Duke to allow her to be naughty from time to time, and for a way to reunite him with Beacirta to be found. And of course, for them not to decide to send the heroine back to the orphanage. In short, Adele Alcibiades, the all-powerful predestined child and messiah for the Imperials, wanted the simple happiness that all normal and well-off children had. Her current attitude towards Aizen also spoke about this. It just so happened that this man became her father, so the little girl had sincere love for him. To express this, the protagonist pressed herself even closer to the aristocrat, closed her eyes, and called him Daddy, with slight embarrassment. A huge improvement over her previous timidity. Adele craved these warm, non-committal, and sincere hugs more than anything else. Even more than, for example, gentle stroking of the head. All this time, the main character was tormented by a terrible fear that in just a month she would be abandoned, returned to the orphanage, because she would fulfill her function and would no longer be needed by the all-powerful feudal lords. But the meeting with Kahan and the truth about Beacirta changed everything. Now the chosen one was ready to do anything to free the blonde, make the elder Alcibiades happy, and get, in addition to her father, a loving mother. The silent embrace continued for some time before the man asked if he had really just been called Dad. And for the first time in history, the steadfast god of war looked not just surprised, but also terribly embarrassed. But the little girl didn't answer. She was still in seventh heaven and wouldn't have heard anything, even if the ground had opened up under their feet. However, then the protagonist opened her eyes in shock and almost screamed when she realized how familiar she had allowed herself to be in terms of address and actions. The pleasure instantly passed and was replaced by fear. The fear that Aizen would now pull himself together and severely punish his daughter for the trouble she had caused. If the main character could scream at the top of her lungs, she would have done it immediately without any shame. So desperate was her fear and lack of understanding of how best to get out of this situation. Help came from where it was least expected, from the Duke himself. He gently stroked the child's head and shoulders, repeating that he was very worried about her. All the panic disappeared, as if by magic. It was replaced by a feeling of sincere familial love. And from such a contrast, the pink-haired little girl was ready to burst into tears. Perhaps the elder Alcibiades would have been kneeling for a long time in the wilderness of the forest, clutching to his chest his adopted but sincerely beloved daughter. But in the end, they needed to return home and get themselves in order. The man quietly warned the protagonist that it was time for them to return, and she had neither the strength nor the desire to argue with this, so she responded with the same quiet agreement. The return to the castle took, it seemed, much less time than previous trips. Very soon the main character listened to Mikhail and Fabian, who admitted that they were very worried while they were looking for their ward in the forests and meadows. But Ihan felt even more guilty. He admitted that he had foolishly driven his young student to panic and flight by forcing her to try riding different horses. Fortunately for him, the younger aristocrat did not hold any grudges at all. On the contrary, Adele even tried to console the red-haired young man, claiming that everything was fine. Nevertheless, the student continued to mourn. Shaking his head sadly and closing his eyes, he assured the girl that there would be no more live lessons, only safe classes at the table. The protagonist stared at her mentor in confusion, clearly torn between conflicting emotions, the desire to agree to this proposal, and the recently spoken oath to save Aizen's fiancé with Shinsu. Mikhail interpreted her hesitation as mistrust and fear that the adults would still break their promise. The knight with violet eyes swore that neither he nor the other guards would ever even mention animals in the future. With her face down and feeling the heat rushing to her cheeks, the main character assured them that everything was fine. She would cope with this, and mentally added that Hain had assured her of this. Then the little girl looked resolutely into the eyes of those around her, clenched her fists, and promised as firmly as possible that she would never cry or run away if she was allowed to train on the smallest horse that was easiest to saddle. This change greatly surprised Battenberg, but Adele reminded herself that Kahan had assured her that it would be possible to save Beasirta with the help of Shinsu, and for the sake of her future adoptive mother, the heroine was ready to overcome her own zoophobia. In the end, it wasn't even so much her personal happiness or anything else that was at stake. It was about the reunification of Aizen and his bride, about the formation of a full-fledged, prosperous family, and the chosen one could not have wished for more. Those around looked at the young duchess with no less surprise than Mikhail. The same Ekin slowly and awkwardly muttered that their lady had changed very much. Here, Chopin intervened in the conversation with a completely different topic. The young knight with rainbow hair could not stop giggling, remembering the expression on their master's face. Then the young man stopped and cleared his throat into his fist, as people do when they are about to collect their thoughts and speak in front of a large audience. In fact, the warrior parodied the elder Alcibiades' manner of behavior. He tried to depict his signature menacing grimace, and in a threatening tone, demanded that those around him find his daughter. Chopin was extremely amused by this contrast. How angry the Duke looked when it became known that the protagonist was missing, and how suddenly he became cheerful when he discovered his adopted daughter. The rogue tried to reason with his friend, but the latter sincerely did not understand how one could not laugh at such a situation. A cold-blooded and formidable nobleman, always keeping himself in hand, almost lost his mind due to Adele's absence. Someone else might have been offended and scolded the overly talkative bodyguard, but the main character didn't care. She was much more worried about the fact that even before the discovery, Aizen said, "Find my daughter," and not "find the chosen one." After this, Chopin shuddered and pulled away, as if it had only just dawned on him that he was making fun of his master, not in a small circle of the same servants who could appreciate the joke, but in front of the aristocratic daughter. But the guy, as it turns out, was more embarrassed not by this, but by the fact that he allowed himself an overly familiar expression when he parodied Duke Alcibiades, which Adele could have taken as an insult. Luckily, the little girl still didn't pay attention to such trifles. Much more important to her was that she really had become Aizen's favorite child. She was so happy that her cheeks turned pink and her already bright sapphire-colored eyes sparkled. and from this sight, Chopin Plute and Tara almost melted. The knight with rainbow hair admits that this was the first time he saw his overlord and military leader in such a state. The feudal lord was literally overwhelmed with excitement. The rogue added that the elder Alcibiades did not fall into such anxiety even after defeats in battles, and he could vouch for his words, having gone through more than one battle under the command of the god of war. Shrugging his shoulders, the boy clarified that the feudal lord was especially upset and angry by the mention that the baby was crying, and Chopin added sarcastically that they were looking at Ekin as if they were trying to kill him with a glance. At these words, the young teacher theatrically shed a tear, as if hoping to evoke additional sympathy for his person. But the protagonist was not crying because of him at all. And now, having learned how much her adoptive parent was caring for her, Adele was incredibly happy. After a long period of fear, this was like balm for the soul. Luckily for her, those around her weren't even going to get angry. The main character's natural beauty and her status as a predestined child allowed her to get away with it in many situations. But the girl was still worried that she had acted selfishly, so she not only thanked the servants for caring so much, but also asked for forgiveness for the trouble. At this, the younger Alcibiades made such a pleading and charming face that Tara could not resist. She practically melted with emotion. Unable to control her impulses, the woman fell to her knees in front of the main character and began to beg for the opportunity to hug, even if only once. She admitted that she really couldn't control herself. Adele caused the warrior to react in the same way as a fluffy kitten did in A Fanatical Cat Lover. In response, the girl stared at Tara with her huge blue eyes, as if she was trying to scan her through and decide whether it was worth violating noble etiquette once again. There are a few moments of tense silence and inaction, and then the protagonist literally throws herself at the older woman, embracing her in a warm and friendly embrace. The pleasure in this regard turned out to be two-sided. The girl also really enjoyed hugging a friendly person. It instilled a feeling of warmth in her soul. And while the girl knight was on cloud nine, the little girl thought, if hugs with a stranger, essentially a person, are so chic, then what would it be like to hug her mother? This became her real obsession, an incentive to constantly develop and work on the tasks set, while Tara was simply happy and declared that now she could die without regrets. Soon night fell. The sky became dark again, like paper soaked in ink, and even the Duke's castle did not dispel the darkness with numerous lights as before. Most of its inhabitants slept peacefully, but some were unable to go to bed. For example, the little protagonist suffered from insomnia, and the servant offered to help with this by reading a fairy tale. Thinking quickly, Adele agreed with Serena's proposal. Mikhail claimed that good children go to bed early, and the heroine was not going to break so many rules at once. She also turned her trusting, sleepy gaze to the red-haired maid. While this girl was nearby, she would definitely quickly go to the kingdom of dreams. However, the maid became very curious about why the young mistress continued to trust Butterberg with such trust, even after he failed the task and lost her. In response, the main character simply muttered that Mikhail had purple eyes, as if this statement of fact could fully explain her attitude. The usually unperturbed Serena almost dropped her jaw to the floor from such an explanation, and quietly asked again what the protagonist meant by this. Adele Alcibiades looked at the maid with a slight mockery, as if she had asked a very obvious and stupid question, after which she noted, "Violet eyes never lie." But even this could not satisfy the maid. She continued to ask whether the young duchess was really ready to blindly trust the guard just because of this. The former orphan agreed without any problems, but then added another more serious reason. Mikhail seemed very kind to her, and this made her feel at ease. Serena froze, as if she had been struck by lightning. Hearing such a compliment about the chief knight Azen, nicknamed Mad Dog, was incredibly strange. But then the woman turned away and muttered irritably that she couldn't believe it. She had managed to lose to the knight's violet eyes. While the girl was still awake, the maid hurried to share the good news with her. Tara was so filled with love and adoration for her mistress that she organized a full-fledged fan club in her honor. And the maid wasn't even surprised. She had suspected from the very beginning that something like this would happen one day, and 10 people had already joined this organization of Adele fans. But the main character no longer heard this information. She finally fell asleep, and Serena looked at her with incredible tenderness, as if the protagonist was her daughter. In order for the young mistress to sleep more soundly and pleasantly, the girl decided to read a fairy tale. And it began with the fact that one day a kind girl was born into a noble family. For a while, the room was filled with a very quiet, idealistic atmosphere. It seemed that nothing bad could possibly happen that night. As it turned out, the former orphan was not yet completely lost in her dreams. She barely audibly told the stunned maid that her adoptive father Eisen was too old. But before the maid could challenge this assertion, by reminding her that the elder Alcibiades was only 25 years old, the girl finished by saying that she considered Serena precious. In the dream, the protagonist was once again transported to the orphanage, where she spent most of her life. But it was a joyful event as she played with Madeline. And even the weather was magnificent, warm and sunny. The heroine suggested to her best friend to play some game called hopscotch. Her eyes practically lit up when she thought about it. The brunette thought about it and suggested her own option. Drawing pictures, a classic activity for small children, regardless of gender, social status, or origin. For some reason, Adele was very surprised by such a proposal, as if Madeline was seriously planning to swim across the ocean, and did not even notice how her cheap orphan dress was replaced by luxurious noble clothing. Her surprise quickly became clear. In the orphanage, the children had no things suitable for drawing, but the thought was tempting, and the heroine looked around in search of a suitable stone. After this, the dream became even stranger. Kahan materialized out of nowhere and assured the protagonist that he would portray Shinsu for her. The main character turned around with slight embarrassment and hope. Even in her sleep, she recognized this voice, and its owner evoked in her only positive emotions. But when she saw the silver-haired teenager intently moving his pen across the paper, she was overcome with a slight shock. She didn't think that she would actually see him now. Adele Alcibiades was not one of those people who were never surprised by what they saw in their dreams. She perceived them as if all these miracles were actually happening. Looking at the concentrated and handsome face of the young man, to whom a creature resembling a bun with legs was lovingly pressed, the heroine noted with surprise that the spirits love Khan so much that they climbed to him even in her dreams. And now, this small round creature, which is the embodiment of the earth, joyfully assured the protagonist that Kahan is good, as if it had known him for many years. After this, the little girl looked with interest at what the young man was creating with such diligence, running a large blue pen across the pages of an art notebook. It was a very realistic and believable drawing of a lion, nothing like the scribble that Eisen had recently sketched out when he tried to portray Shinsu in front of his adopted daughter. The girl shuddered at the sight of that face, but almost immediately pulled herself together, reminding herself that she had to save Beatrice, and that meant she could no longer be afraid of her smaller brothers. Then, a voice reading a fairy tale burst into the dream. It was about a certain young man who fell in love with a kind aristocrat who was already adored by everyone for her wonderful character. And then Adele was also gently patted on the head like a cat. It turned out that the voice belonged to Serena, who was sitting under a tree with a book of fairy tales in her hands, and the hand belonged to Duke Alcibiades, who looked at his adopted daughter with tenderness and admitted that he was worried. The maid continued reading the story, from which it became clear that the noblewoman was loved, not only by the main character, but also by the son of a simple village elder. But the protagonist was no longer listening to her. The pleasure of her father's affection overwhelmed her. But then the little girl saw something so strange that it made her forget not only about Kahena and the red-haired maid, but even about her adoptive parent. Mikhail Battenberg appeared out of nowhere, and this usually calm warrior was crying bitterly. The young warrior did not react to those around him, and did not even move. He just stared at one point and cried. But looking at his face, the main character could not help but admit the young man's purple eyes were beautiful, even in such a situation. After that, the entire environment changed abruptly, as if some viewer had taken out a remote control and pressed the fast-forward button, transferring the action from the shelter and forest edge to a luxurious estate. Adele did not even understand when it happened. She looked around cautiously, looking for new oddities, but for now everything looked normal. Behind her stood huge white doors with gilded carvings, a carpet rustled under her feet, and the walls were decorated with scarlet wallpaper. The protagonist had only been in this room once in her life, but it was very recently, so she immediately recognized it. It was Shinsu's blessing, the forest mansion, in which she learned of the existence of Bertie's. Then she herself appeared, tall, slender, wearing a beautiful blue dress and golden hair down to her waist. And the girl first of all asked the main character if she was Adele. Having received an affirmative answer, the aristocrat said nothing, but the little girl smiled so tenderly and affectionately, as if she had always been her beloved daughter. Then the blonde came up, knelt down, and hugged the chosen one tightly. And it happened so quickly that the protagonist didn't even have time to react. However, even after the young aristocrat realized what was happening, she made no attempt to escape. On the contrary, these embraces in the dream were incredibly pleasant and cozy. Now Adele wanted to see Bersita in person even more. She couldn't be sure that a real woman would react in a similar way, but she really hoped so. Meanwhile, in the real world, Serena, having made sure that the young lady was fast asleep, very quietly got up, closed the doors of the chambers, and went out into the dark palace corridor. Just recently, the red-haired girl's face was beaming with affection and love for the main character. But now, she was looking sullenly at the floor, not paying attention to anything. The reason for this was terrible memories. Like the protagonist, Serena witnessed the horrors of war, including seeing one soldier with a sadistic smile stab another, as if it were an animal, not a living person. Then the blood-drunk butcher put his blade to the head of the little red-haired girl, and she was so frightened that she could not resist or run, only look with wide-open and tearful eyes at the executioner. The killer raised his blade without any doubt or pity. He had already crossed the line, after which soldiers stopped thinking and reflecting and turned into ruthless killing machines. In response, little Serena lowered her head a little and closed her eyes very tightly. She realized that she could not do anything and tried to at least meet death with dignity. It seemed that there was no hope, and the future maid would join the number of nameless victims of another battle. But fate had the opposite opinion, and she remained alive thanks to Azin. The god of war not only covered the unknown girl with his body, but also avenged her family, forcing the killers to pay generously in blood for that nightmarish raid. It was then that Serena fell in love with her master. In her eyes, he became not just a savior and a noble military leader, but almost a living deity. Now walking along the quiet palace corridors, the maid reflected that yes, she really did love her employer, but it was some kind of infantile, frivolous feeling that young people often mistake for love. The woman was honest with herself. She was not only grateful to the nobleman for saving her life, but also wanted to raise her social status through such a marriage. And the thought that the prospective groom was much stronger brought a certain pleasure. However, there was a certain difficulty, and this obstacle prevented Serena from interesting Eisen and convincing him to become engaged to her all these years. And then, against her own will, the maid remembered Adele, the Duke's new adopted daughter, and the legendary predestined child, as she simply called her Precious, before falling asleep. With a blank face, the ambitious maid thought, "Yes, I know. thereby demonstrating that she valued herself much more than one might understand from the outside. The woman stopped in front of the huge wooden doors and knocked timidly silently, asking the owner of the mysterious chambers for permission to enter. There was a certain reaction, and the red-haired maid slipped inside, opening the doors so quietly that even the inhabitants of the neighboring rooms did not suspect anything. As it turned out, Aizen and Mikhail were inside this room. They were quietly talking about something, and Serena finally told what obstacle prevented her from marrying the elder Alcibiades many years ago. He turned out to be a monogamist. He only needed Bea Sirta. The fair-haired knight was obviously reporting something to his liege lord and commander, but the girl only managed to hear the end of the conversation, after which Battenberg turned a suspicious gaze on her. In response, the nobleman demanded in a very angry tone that everything be told again. Twirling a long, dark cigar in his fingers, he quipped that Mikhail was talking such nonsense that the devil would break his leg trying to figure it out. The head of the bodyguards calmly repeated that the crown prince, the offspring of the imperial couple, was staying in the palace, but Aizen did not feel any respect for him. On the contrary, he even rudely scolded him for the fact that the boy had run away with his daughter. The fair-haired knight tried to justify the future sovereign, saying that the latter simply wanted to make sure who was destined to become his wife. But the elder Alcibiades sarcastically stated that yes, of course, that was all the boy had on his mind. Mikhail recalled that when the prince discovered Adele, she was crying bitterly, but he calmed her down, although he might not have done so, thereby demonstrating a certain altruism and kindness. Serena took no part in the conversation and didn't even try to pretend that it somehow concerned her. Instead, like any maid, she poured delicious fresh tea for her masters. But in fact, of course, the girl listened very carefully and remembered everything she saw and heard. And she, among other things, noted the cigar that the god of war was holding. She remembered that Aizen Alcibiades had recently tried to quit smoking so as not to harm his adopted daughter. He was even ready to lick a lollipop that he didn't like instead of his usual tobacco pipe. And now he was smoking again. Eventually, the Duke calmed down a little. Taking the cigar out of his mouth, he asked in a more neutral tone whether the prince had asked for a personal meeting with him. Battenberg confirmed that he did, leaving the gentleman no choice but to go and have a conversation with the younger Hesfield, whether he wanted to or not. Eventually, the protagonist resigned himself to the unpleasant duty and went to the door at the other end of the room, while Serena placed the prepared portions of the drink on a tray. The door hinges creaked very quietly as the nobleman entered the smaller room where the heir to the throne, Kahan Shuga Hesfeld, whom Adele had met that day and considered her friend, was already waiting for him. The young man didn't even deign to look at the owner of the palace and the supposed father-in-law, instead playing with a plant standing on the table. And then Aizen asked directly, was the prince really officially asking for a meeting, but not even looking at the face of his interlocutor? After these words, Khan turned slightly and looked at the elder Alcibiades, but in his eyes there was not a single hint of friendliness or even respect, approximately the same look with which people looked at disgusting cockroaches. The protagonist, for his part, didn't even try to be hypocritical, as if he was glad about the midnight visit of the future emperor. If looks could kill, Kahan would have already turned into a smoking pool of blood. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife, even after Aizen and Han sat down in chairs and allowed Serena to offer them cups of tea. The girl silently admired the fact that the younger Hesfeld was absolutely not afraid of the formidable god of war, one of the most powerful and terrible people on the continent. Maybe he was still young, but the day was not far off when the prince would become a formidable predator ruling the country. At this point, her duties as a palace servant ended. The red-haired woman turned around and slowly walked away so as not to disturb the high-born gentleman. The nobles themselves, meanwhile, not only maintained a deathly silence, but barely even moved. as if they were waiting for there to be nothing alive left in the room except themselves. As Serena stepped out of the hall, Mikael slammed the door shut with more force than was necessary, causing the maid to flinch slightly and freeze. Then she regained her composure and was about to leave, but she was stopped by Battenberg's words. As it turned out, the knight knew that the servant was in love with their master and honestly warned that it was better to give in. Alcibiades would not unite with her. The girl turned her sad gaze to the side. In her mind, she understood perfectly well that her love was unrequited and her ambitions were unrealizable. But hearing this from someone else was painful. Perhaps Mikael secretly expected a long discussion, but Serena didn't give him that opportunity. Instead, she lied that she hadn't planned anything like that. Without waiting for an answer from the surprised warrior, she turned around and continued on her way. And this time her face was flushed, and she had a smug smile on her face. The maid thought triumphantly that yes, she was indeed a very precious person, as one young lady had expressed it, thereby showing that she was not going to grieve endlessly over this failure. The next morning, the protagonist managed to open her eyes with great difficulty. She had dreamed of such good things that her body and brain stubbornly wanted to continue watching, ignoring the schedule. Unfortunately, as often happens with dreams, the girl did not really remember what exactly she saw at night. The Duchess could only be sure that she liked it. Even to the young noblewoman, it seemed as if Khan was present in her dream, drawing something in a notebook. But even of this the main character could not be completely sure. As if sensing her mistress's awakening, Serena entered the room. She greeted Adele kindly, and at first glance was the same as usual. But there was something different in the appearance of the maid. The sunlight penetrating the room through the open window unpleasantly hit her eyes, which had not yet awakened from sleep, but the girl forced herself to rub them, driving away the remnants of drowsiness. And having taken a closer look at the older girl, who was smiling politely at the lady, the protagonist realized what exactly had confused her. Her swollen eyes. Perhaps Serena tried to hide this flaw, but to no avail. Adele quickly guessed that her personal maid had most likely cried long and bitterly during the night. And then the main character learned unexpected news. Today she was expecting a meeting with some important guest, which had never happened before since the adoption. But what's more, it turned out that it was not about some adult and important nobleman who wanted to see the predestined child, but about another child whom the Duke accepted into his house and made the heir to his title. To say that Adele Alcibiades was stunned by this news would be a huge understatement. She literally jumped up, unable to believe what she had heard. It's no joke. Now the protagonist has a second official relative, and not just anyone. According to the maid, this mysterious young man will become her older brother. The thought of this made the girl blush and open her mouth slightly. She thought that she would remain the only child of her adoptive father and mother when she was saved. And then this. But the main character was not upset and did not envy the status of her new sibling. Quite the opposite. She almost burst into tears from boundless joy. Her family began to grow. When she was a poor orphan, she could only dream of such happiness, but now it began to come true by itself. Joy is joy, but the girl decided to clarify just in case. She hadn't misheard when Serena said that the second adopted child would become an older brother for her. The girl readily confirmed this information and added that the adopted brother and sister would meet at dinner where Eisen would also be present. But this seemingly harmless information simply puzzled the little girl. She even plunged into thought, temporarily breaking away from reality. She understood everything in such a way that the dinner would be organized very soon. But now it is only morning, and why didn't they call the event breakfast? What was the point of that? Tormented by doubts, the protagonist asked, just in case, whether she could see the new family member at another time, and the maid calmly confirmed this. Now that that question was resolved, the main character returned to another one. What happened to the usually stoic and optimistic Serena that she burst into tears? Looking at her beautiful and smiling, but reddened from night tears, face, the young aristocrat independently came to the conclusion that asking about this now was at the very least stupid. So Adele decides to put this issue on the back burner and take care of more pressing matters, namely dressing up nicely before meeting the new Alcibiades. Smiling happily, the red-haired maid promised that she would do everything possible. And it was possible that she saw work as salvation from the sorrows that tormented her heart. At that moment, a pair of animatedly chatting maids ran into the room holding blue and yellow dresses in their hands, and the girl once again thought that she was very happy to have dinner with her brother. The former orphan was very eager to make a good impression on the unknown boy, so she stood patiently with her arms spread out, allowing the adult women to pick out suitable clothes. This turned out to be much more difficult than one might imagine, because all the outfits looked amazing on the protagonist. One maid even notes that they just need to hire a personal and experienced tailor for the young mistress. Serena, trying on another accessory for Adele, remarked that this idea sounded great, and then the junior servant enthusiastically promised to send this issue to her superiors for consideration. No matter how difficult and thorny the changes of clothes were for high-born persons, even they eventually came to an end. The maid triumphantly fastened a large scarlet bow on the Duchess. Smiling happily, she warned the main character that the tedious procedure was finally over, offering to take a good look at herself. This time, the servants dressed Adele in a blue and white dress with frills adorned with numerous red bows. And after looking at herself carefully, the little girl blushed with embarrassment. She herself sincerely liked the way she looked, so the protagonist turned to her assistants with a shining gaze and thanked them with all her heart. The praise genuinely touched the women, and even Serena seemed genuinely pleased, rather than pretending to maintain her reputation. So the heroine quickly returned to thinking about her brother. She was genuinely interested in what he was like, what he looked like, what his character was like, what he liked. But as in any case, Adele was hoping for a quick friendship. After this, the action moved to the palace corridor, where people were walking, making a barely audible clicking sound of their heels on the well-polished floor. It was the younger Alcibiades, accompanied by a new pair of bodyguards, Plutus and Tara, the man enthusiastically asking where they were going, and the girl confessing that she wanted to meet her new relative. The blue-haired girl placed her hand to her lips in admiration. She was incredibly touched by the fact that the young aristocrat was behaving so friendly towards a stranger. The guy also took this news with uncharacteristic excitement. For some reason, he was already imbued with deep respect for the new young master and offered to take Adele to his chambers. The main character naturally did not argue and readily yielded the leading position to the rogue. And in this form, the group of three happy people set off on the road. At one point, the protagonist was surprised to admit in her thoughts that she was very excited, even more so than on the day she first saw her adoptive parent. Back then, she'd been afraid that Aizen would send her to an orphanage once the destined child had completed its task, and that had marred the euphoria. But now things were completely different. Now the girl was absolutely sure that she would never see the threshold of that damned orphanage again in her life. And this meant that she could rejoice to the fullest. For this, Adele was extremely grateful to her new friend Kahan, and she thought that she would definitely have to thank him as soon as they saw each other again. For a while, the rogue walked forward, carefreely humming a song under his breath. But then the man suddenly stopped and stared ahead with a surprised look. There was a whole flock of maids standing outside one room, holding utensils in their hands. The women looked worried, so this was clearly not some harmless trifle. The knight's reaction only confirmed this. He had seen many strange things during his years of service to the Duke, but even such a sight seriously puzzled him. The rogue timidly called out to his charge, and she let out a questioning cry. Unlike the bodyguard, she noticed practically nothing and did not understand why the stop had occurred. The warrior stepped aside, with an awkward look, made a gesture with his hand, and made it known that those chambers over there besieged by numerous maids belonged to the little Duke. Coming closer, the protagonist realized that the women for some reason were very worried and even scared, as if something terrible had happened behind the doors. It would have been possible to guess for a very long time, and without result, about the reasons for the crowd. So the main character eventually simply approached the servants and asked what had happened here. One of the maids turned around sharply, noticing the presence of the young mistress, and in her gaze, in addition to fear and despair, a timid hope for the situation to be corrected flashed. The reason for the women's concern was relatively trivial. Azan Alkiviadi's new adopted child was suffering from some kind of illness, but he was not going to take the medicine at all and kicked everyone out. In addition, the boy had no intention of making contact with the new servants. He endlessly complained that he wanted to return home, and the girls did not know what to do with him. The protagonist herself did not understand what all this could mean. She still knew little about the life of aristocrats, but she had certainly never prepared for something like this. However, the girl was struck by a terrible realization. The maids were going to give her new brother medicine, which meant that he could have serious health problems. Then, somewhat belatedly, Adele realized that the boy was screaming to be taken home, and an orphan like herself would never demand such a thing. In addition, the younger Alcibiades noticed that the maids were very frightened, and some were barely holding back bitter sobs, and this made her suspect that the second adopted child could be a very bad person. But as if hearing her thoughts, the maid, who was desperately trying not to cry, admitted that she was actually terribly worried about the new young master. For a few seconds, the protagonist simply looked attentively into the eyes of the adult women, frightened and confused, and then resolutely puffed out her cheeks and lowered her head. The main character was determined to try to deal with this problem on her own, and she didn't care that the servants couldn't cope with it. One of the maids, who had been holding the rejected medicine dish in her hands the whole time, timidly tried to dissuade the aristocrat, but in vain. The girl didn't have time to get 2 words in when she saw the desperate gestures of her colleagues. They were so worried about their new master that they were ready to try anything. The woman did not dare argue with the other maids, so she gave in and only warned the protagonist to be careful when she gave the ill-fated portion of medicine. The main character calmly promised that she would remember about safety, and then boldly began to open the doors, behind which was Alcibiades' new adopted child. The girl expected to see a lot when she stepped into the room. A tearful and hysterical toddler, a sullen and frowning boy, but what was there made her freeze in shock. What appeared before her was an exact replica of Duke Eisen, a world-famous aristocrat and military leader, nicknamed the God of War, even with the same military uniform and red eyes, but rejuvenated to adolescence. The strange child looked at the protagonist with poorly concealed fear and hostility, like a wounded animal cornered by a ruthless hunter, but ready to defend his own life to the end, even though no one in the estate was going to harm him. Moreover, the boy was covered in sweat and breathing very heavily, as if after a very long, exhausting labor. And at one glance, Adele was sadly convinced that her new brother really did look very ill. There was a tense silence for a while. The boy and the girl looked at each other appraisingly, until the younger Alcibiades finally came to her senses that she had entered the room on very important business. Shifting awkwardly from foot to foot, the main character approached the teenager and handed him a plate with a healing liquid so that he could drink it and feel better. Before this, the red-eyed boy had rejected the offers of adult maids and even kicked them out of his new room. But there was something in the appearance and behavior of the protagonist that made him reach for the medicine with a hand trembling from weakness and tension. The stranger drank the entire liquid in one gulp, continuing to bore into the visitor with a suspicious look from his scarlet eyes, and the little girl remembered that she wanted to ask his name. But one look at this constrained, tense posture and demeanor was enough to understand that the new member of the family would rather bite off his tongue than open up to anyone. However, Adele Alcibiades wondered what kind of infection the young man could have caught. Apart from the trembling and sweating, He looked physically healthy, without blemishes, rashes, or wounds. After some time, the main character found Serena and decided to talk to her about it. And the maid readily explained that the new young master had recently lost his parents, and he was a very distant relative of the imperial family. Of course, the status of the new Duke of Alcibiades was not a threat to him either, and the boy did not want it. But life turned out completely differently, and Eisen decided to make the teenager his adopted son at the morning emergency meeting of the aristocrats. It hurt Adele's heart to hear this. Even though she was an orphan who had never seen her biological mother and father, she could still well imagine what a nightmare it would be to suddenly lose the people closest and dearest to her. In addition, the main character asks herself the question, how did the boy react to all this? Did he want to become Alcibiades' adopted child? And did anyone ask his opinion on this matter? To make matters worse, it turned out that the poor teenager's parents had mysteriously disappeared about 3 weeks ago, and their bodies were found only recently. The red-haired maid tried to remain calm, but it was obvious that even for her, this topic was quite difficult. So in the end, she simply said that the little girl would be able to learn the rest from the orphan himself. Adele said nothing, continuing instead to remember and analyze her failed acquaintance with the young duke. Now she understood well why he behaved in this way. The day in the palace passed very quickly. The guards carried out their shifts, the servants cleaned, cooked, and helped the owners, and no one noticed at what moment the day turned to night and the sun to a bright crescent moon and stars. It was time for dinner, where the whole family was supposed to formally get to know each other, and the protagonist politely greeted her father. For some reason, Aizen didn't react to this with delight. He silently began to gobble up his portion and glare at his daughter with a sullen look as if she had just insulted him. Then the man sighed heavily, looked away, and still deigned to respond to the greeting, but so reluctantly as if he was forced to do so by external circumstances. After that, the adult nobleman turned to his new adopted child. The boy sat silently on the other side of the table in the same small uniform, and Alcibiades wondered how long it had been since they had seen each other. It couldn't have been 5 years. The young man didn't even look up at his guardian, and his expression didn't change. He was doing his best to pretend that he wasn't there and that what was happening didn't concern him, but he still clarified that they hadn't met for about 6 years. The protagonist looked at the teenager with sadness and longing. He had an unexpectedly hoarse voice for such a young man, as if he had been screaming and crying for a very long time, until he finally broke it. The dinner became increasingly awkward because no one had anything interesting to say to anyone else. But eventually the main character decided to talk to the boy. The girl introduced herself in the hope that the young man would warm up a little and also make contact. Maybe they wouldn't immediately become best friends, but at least he would tell her his own name. Then the little girl remembered that she was no longer an orphan, and that one name was not enough, and introduced herself in full as Adele Alcibiades. And even the Duke noted this to himself, silently enjoying the food. But there was no reaction from her new brother. He still sat silently, pretending that those around him did not exist, and did not even look at the heroine. The young aristocrat simply continued to cut his meat, trying his best to imagine that he was in his old home, without all these strangers he would have to call family. This made the protagonist feel very uncomfortable and awkward, as if she had done something very unpleasant, although this, of course, was not the case. But Adele, an innocent, kind-hearted soul, first of all thinks that she is to blame. She assumes that the young man was angry because the little girl did not find out his name in advance, did not bother to ask Serena about it. The situation became even more tense, like a kettle forgotten on the fire. But then the hitherto silent Eisen took the floor. Allowing the meat to drip with juice, he announced 5 laps around the arena. This meaningless phrase made the teenager tense up and become even more gloomy. He hadn't even lived 1 day in this palace, and his adoptive father was already punishing him. When there was no answer, after a few seconds, Alcibiades, in the same calm voice, announced that the young man would have to run a long distance of 10 laps. But the boy was not going to back down so easily, and remained silent. The protagonist didn't understand what was happening. She was partly aware that something not quite normal and very tense had just happened, but she had no idea what exactly. Then the main character announced that his new son would have to complete 20 laps in such a casual manner, as if he were telling the temperature to those around him. Only then did Adele Alcibiades realize that her father was declaring punishment on his second adopted child, and she broke out in a cold sweat when she put herself in his place. Meanwhile, the man increased the number of runs to 40. And the boy listened to this, closing his eyes and clenching his teeth tightly, as if he was restraining himself from attacking his guardian or running to his room. But eventually, the young man realized that such behavior would only worsen the situation from which he had no escape, and decided to give in. He quietly said that his name was Blake. Then, as if afraid that Eisen would pick on him for his too quiet and inarticulate answer, the teenager repeated more loudly that his name was Blake, looking straight into the eyes of his adopted sister. The protagonist quietly muttered, "Thank you," but the atmosphere of the dinner was already hopelessly ruined. Even the usually optimistic Adele felt it almost physically. After that, the members of the Alcibiades clan continued to eat in silence, each one lost in their own thoughts. And at some point the girl thought, is it because they are related? As it turned out, the main character had not forgotten at all that these two looked practically like clones. If they were the same age, it would have been simply impossible to tell them apart from the outside. Adele, carried away by this, had already forgotten that Blake couldn't stand this palace and the imposed relatives. Fantasies about a friendly and happy family completely absorbed her for a moment. At the same time, Eisen himself asked his daughter, with a kind smile, how her classes had gone today, as if he had not sentenced the teenager to grueling and hard labor as punishment for her unwillingness to make contact with others. The protagonist was a little surprised that the usually taciturn and closed aristocrat was the first to address her this time, but she still assured him that, yes, she was a good student. In fact, the main character lied to her adoptive parent for the first time in their entire acquaintance. The thought of quickly meeting her adoptive brother excited her so much that Adele basically could not think about anything else, and had long forgotten what the teacher had told her in class. For some reason, the Duke was dissatisfied, but it quickly became clear that the reason was not that he had somehow learned of his ward's false answer. As it turned out, Eisen was offended by the fact that she had stopped affectionately calling him Daddy. Moreover, the protagonist did not hesitate to reproach the former orphan that she calmly calls Blake, whom she saw for the first time in her life, her brother. And this made the poor teenager frantically grab a glass of water. Oddly enough, the chosen one herself remained unperturbed. She only detachedly noted to herself that for the elder Alcibiades, the way she addressed him was of great importance. The girl realized that other forms of address to the Duke were no longer applicable, so she quietly called the man Dad, hoping to appease him in this way and avoid possible problems. For added effect, the protagonist touchingly pressed her tiny fists to her chest and promised that from now on she would only call him Daddy, making full use of her childish sense of smell. Eisen was satisfied with this, and he began to look at his adopted daughter with sympathy again, and she calmly guessed that her parent was jealous of her love. Adele, oddly enough, was familiar with this because her old friend Madeline reacted just as aggressively to attempts to communicate with other children. To be fair, Blake still didn't take part in the conversations and didn't show any sign of needing any communication with the main character. But even one-sided affection apparently was enough to make the usually calm aristocrat angry and jealous. The realization that the newly formed family was filled with mistrust and hostility weighed heavily on the shoulders of the destined child. For the first time in her life, she saw that even in groups of people who love each other, there can be serious problems that cannot be solved right away with one conversation. But the protagonist was most worried about the new member of the Alcibiades family. She understood why Blake was so aggressive and depressed, but she didn't know how to pull him out of this shell of hostility, and even mentally wondered if everything was normal with this teenager. Meanwhile, outside the night had finally come into its own. The Duke's castle had almost completely gone to sleep. The lights of the candles and lamps had disappeared in the windows so that the only source of illumination was the huge crescent moon and numerous stars. Adele should have gone to bed by now, since she had promised her guardians to be a very exemplary child. But today, the chosen one made an exception. Instead of dreaming, she traced the name and surname, Blake Alcibiades, with her finger on the dirty window. Then she looked sadly out the window. As it turned out, Aizen was not joking at all when he assigned his adopted son to run 40 laps around a huge castle as a punishment. The young man did exactly that, but in such a long period of time, he only completed 10 laps, only a quarter of the appointed number. But what is characteristic is that the young man held up quite well. For his age, he was strong and resilient, and his innate stubbornness did not allow him to humiliatingly ask adults for forgiveness. Even though Adele herself understood perfectly well that she would have died of exhaustion if she had run only half a circle, continuing to watch her adopted brother's torment with longing and sadness, the protagonist turned to one of the bodyguards and asked if it was difficult to run such a long distance, which roughly corresponds to 4 dozen circles around their castle. Besides the predestined child, there were only young knights in the room, Plut and Tara Haimedit, whose shift had not yet ended, and upon hearing such a question, they did not embellish the reality. The man admitted that after such a test, you will feel like a dead man. And the girl nodded in agreement. The pink-haired girl slowly repeated the terrible word dead in her mind, and then looked at Blake again. The unfortunate teenager was dripping with sweat, and it might seem that he would die from exhaustion at any second, but the young man was going to pass the test at any cost, proving to Aizen that he was not weak. On the one hand, such a monstrous willpower of a young man who had recently lost his biological parents could not help but admire the main character. But on the other hand, she very acutely realized that to some extent she was responsible for what was happening. If she had not asked the boy his name, this would not have happened. It was very unpleasant to realize this, and the usually optimistic protagonist became sad again. And if she could somehow undo what happened, for example, by making a little time travel, she would certainly use it to save Blake from trouble. Tara Haimedit, who was not only the young lady's loyal protector, but also the founder of her fan community, noted with alarm that Adele looked ill, and the girl sadly repeated that her brother had to run 40 laps around the grounds of the huge palace. The thought of it simply tore her heart into pieces. Anxiety and shame would not allow the main character to sleep normally, and then look the teenager in the eyes, so she confessed to the young knight that she really wanted to help Blake cope with the test.